It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
Good start. All right.
Well, I was trying to get the coffee done.
Good start, everybody. What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
74 degrees right now. Once again, it's going to be the hottest day of your life.
Yes.
Today.
Steamy.
High of 91, but that's just a regular temperature. The heat index will be 175 degrees.
What?
Okay. How do you breathe in this weather?
It's a little tough.
Oh, is it hard?
Yeah. You know what? Short breaths.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? No, because I heard earlier this is great. Wait, not me. I won't be complaining. You said before we got on the air, you went outside and you couldn't breathe.
It was tough.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's like
Probably shouldn't have smoked a cigar yesterday.
It's like living on Mars, man. This is brutal.
One more day. I think it's today and tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Well, that's
then
what
it kind of breaks Friday.
That's what they say, but
It goes down to 80.
No, it goes down to like 88.
So today, also, one of our newest federal holidays. It is our newest federal holiday. It is, well, we'll start it this way. On this day, in 1865, the Union Army arrived in Texas. And it was the last spot in America that was unaware that the Civil War had ended.
Was it like Galveston or someplace like
yeah,
that?
that
Like they
sounds
had to
right.
go like on a shore somewhere?
Sounds right. I do want to pause the story for 1 second. And I know it was the 1800s and everything, right? But it is still mind-blowing to me that months after the greatest war that country had ever seen, this
People
country
were
had ever
unaware.
seen. Unaware.
Yeah, that is
Completely
crazy
unaware that it was
to think
over.
about.
Like, there was no, you didn't send a letter?
Right.
They had
There were
telegraph.
other ways, yeah.
They had telegraph.
Apparently not there.
I guess they didn't run the poles all the way to Texas.
So, yeah, I mean, months after the Civil War had ended, today, General Gordon Granger rode into Texas, and alerted the slaves in Texas they were now free men and women, and it officially ended slavery in the United States and America.
And doesn't that cat have a connection to Western New York?
That's why I bring it up.
Oh.
For those who don't know.
Sorry.
How dare you? We in upstate New York played a major part of it because that general of the Union Army, Major General Gordon Granger, was born in Sodus, New York.
And you know.
Oh, wow.
Because he had to ride all the way to Galveston. All he did the entire time was bitch about the heat. He's from Western
Once
New
you get
York.
past
He's
a
in
certain line.
Texas
Yeah,
on a
point.
horse.
That's a great point.
God damn it.
Although I will say this, having been a major general in the Civil War, with how horrific that was, maybe you don't complain about the heat after a while.
Well, I mean, did he miss like part of it? Like, because he was, I don't know how much battle he saw.
I think he saw a lot. I could be wrong. I remember I was unaware of this guy until they made Juneteenth a federal holiday because, again, by the way, he was born in Sodus. At the time, it was called Joy, New York.
Joy?
Oh, all right.
Which, why would you change that
Yeah.
name?
How often did they change names of places? I kind of thought like you named it and it stuck forever.
Like the guy that like first hung out there, that's the name of the town.
Right.
Yeah, but apparently not. It was Joy, New York at the time, and now it's Sodus. And in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't all that long ago. I think he died in his 50s in the late 1800s, so it would have been like 1825.
So he lived out. That's a long life for...
Not really.
Back then?
Okay.
50's not bad.
So let me explain.
What?
Like everyone, when it says like life expectancy of like 60 years old,
right?
That's the average of like born and dead, right?
Yeah.
Like if you lived past 15, you got through the diseases.
I see what you're saying.
You're doing pretty good.
Yeah, the odds were you were going to live into like your 70s.
Oh. I always figured like, just because of their lifestyle, chewing tobacco and whiskey.
Not like today.
You said you just smoked a cigar outside 90 degrees.
You idiot.
Didn't have to light it.
They were all done back then. I can't breathe. By the way, this is Major General Gordon Granger, who was the Union official who alerted Texas to the end of slavery, officially ending it in the United States, henceforth Juneteenth today. Was not only born in Joy, he also lived in Phelps.
Oh.
And he was a teacher in North Rose before entering the U.S. Military Academy and going off to war.
Look at that.
How crazy is that? And what's more interesting about that, I mean, having this big a connection to this brand new federal holiday, it is remarkable how much history we in upstate New York, the greater Rochester area, are involved in.
Well, we're an old town.
Yeah.
When it comes like the history of like the United States, you're saying?
If like for almost every major historical event in the history of America, there is someone from Rochester that has a connection to it. Do you think it's because we're so old?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have to be. We're one of the original colonies.
Well, I mean, okay, well
they
Rochester was one of the original colonies.
Well, I'm saying that the state
14
was.
original colonies. Rochester's out. We're going down to 13.
No,
Put it on the telegram. It doesn't go that far. We haven't invented telegrams yet.
But I mean, it was a town. It was like a functioning city.
I understand,
You
but
know.
like there are other functioning places that
I'm sure Buffalo and all, but they all have a connection to this history, not just us.
Oh yeah, really? What's Buffalo's connection to Juneteenth?
They killed a president, number one.
Connection to Juneteenth? They killed a president?
No, I'm saying
You want to
like-
listen to the question before you answer the question?
But you're talking about all history.
You're talking
Yes,
about
that's what
like
I just-
wars.
Yeah,
and
I mean, Buffalo would have to be huge, too.
they probably have people.
I mean,
But no,
Cleveland-
don't you think you'd learn about that? I don't know.
What's
like
that?
if Buffalo had like a Frederick Douglass type piece of history connection,
You know, you bring up a good point.
history
I thought he had a lake
connection
house.
person.
A lake house in Buffalo. No, you bring up a good point because, like, we here in Rochester hold Susan B. Anthony and Frederick Douglass and, you know, names like that in the past, like, way up high. But I've always been curious if we were to pick up the phone and call, like, CBS in Spokane, Washington, and go, hey, who's Frederick Douglass? Would they be able to tell
Oh,
us?
that's a good question.
Because I
I don't know.
That's what I mean.
Like,
Like,
did we just focus so heavily on that here because of our connection?
I don't know. Because, like,
But I mean, it was a big. I don't know.
No, he is. He is a
Yeah.
huge part of American history. I
Yeah.
mean, he's the first black man ever invited to the White House.
Right.
That's major. But, I mean,
He's huge into aviation, according to the airport.
and big fan of multicolored awnings.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, there's lots of firsts that happen at the White House, not to downplay Frederick Douglass,
Right.
that we're unaware of. Maybe, you know, it's like the Erie Canal. We can, you and I can do that song word for word 30 years later. I don't know, like how many people know about the Erie Canal outside of New York State?
Yeah, maybe not much.
So you're saying that we don't matter, you son of a bitch? Because
Well,
I think people do know.
To your point, like I do remember going to school with this girl from Virginia, and like their Erie Canal was like some bridge or something. I can't even remember what she was talking about. She was like, "You
That's
don't
how
know."
stupid Virginia is. The canal was a bridge.
But I remember talking about the Erie Canal. She's like, "No, we learned about the so and so bridge." She's like, "You don't know what that is?" And I was like, "I have no idea what you're talking about."
I'm guessing like every state just likes to knob their own history and doesn't care about anybody else's.
That was the title of my history book in middle school.
What was it called?
Knob your own history.
But you know what I mean? It's like you care about where you live more than some other state.
Well, I don't think it's that you care about more.
Well, you're
where
proud
you
of what
live.
your state did.
I don't
state
even-
pride.
Okay, it could be
Sir?
that. It could be
And whatever
that.
that couldn't lead to any place bad.
I think it's more if you have a local connection, it makes the history more real.
Yeah,
Maybe.
you can go look
you
at
can
it.
go see it, and
Right.
you
Yeah.
get the whole backstory.
Well, let's use Juneteenth as an example.
All
I
right.
mean, today being Juneteenth, again, we're talking about Major General Gordon Granger, Union General. He was from Phelps, New York. Or excuse me, he was born in Sodus, lived in Phelps, lived in North Rose. He was the general that rode into Texas and alerted everybody the Civil War is over, officially ending slavery. There are folks for the last 2 years that this has been a federal holiday that are making the argument this shouldn't be a federal holiday, and I don't understand how it affects me. Well, when you find out that this man was a part of it, it includes more people.
Yeah.
And look, man, I'm not here to argue whether, and I don't want to hear your thoughts on whatever. But the closer you are connected to something, the more real that history feels, the more it becomes an actual part of American history.
Okay. That mean, yeah, it's local.
Right? But everything is local. Like, all history is local. Everybody played a part. And I mean, even if you don't have a major player like, you know, Major General Gordon Granger and Juneteenth or Frederick Douglass when it comes to, you know, civil rights and stuff like that, everybody sent soldiers off to the biggest wars, right? There are people from the greater Rochester area that stormed the beach in Normandy, that were part of the Battle of Gettysburg, that served in Vietnam and Korea and the Gulf War,
sure.
and right? I mean, it all connects.
Yeah. See?
Well, I don't think you get the point I'm going for.
But I think it matters to you and your town. It's more about local pride.
Okay.
That's the way I look at it.
Well, I mean, I think maybe you're just.
I mean, you and I kind of get deep history nerds because we find it interesting, but I think most people don't even really care.
I disagree
I
with
mean,
you.
like the deep history of it, like beyond the freedom that was given, I think most people gloss over the rest of it. I mean, I bet you if you went down to Galveston today, and I think that's where he rode to.
Sure.
I wonder if you ask somebody, hey, what's Galveston's connection to this? Some people might not even know.
Oh, I disagree because that goes against what we just talked about.
Right,
Because
because that's like a piece of local history.
But some people might not even remember that.
well, they wouldn't remember because it happened in the 1600s.
And there's no
1800s.
But I would think
physical thing to go look at. Like you can look at the Erie Canal, you can look at
Okay.
things like that. You can look at these accomplishments. You can go see Susan B. Anthony's house. I mean, there ain't not It may just be a marker down there,
There
somewhere.
has to be.
Yeah, but that's it.
Okay.
It could be just like a plaque, like you say, like a historical plaque.
Kimmy, can you Google what marker there is in Galveston, Texas? I mean, that's a big deal. If we have a train whistle stop plaque for Abraham Lincoln, they have to have something big for the end of slavery.
I would think.
Pretty big deal.
I'm sure.
I'm sure. Just hearing about this thing.
Is it bigger than the plaque that they have for where Leonard Skinner's plane went down? Because they may be the same size.
So they have a Juneteenth Freedom Walk, and it looks like there's like a big, I guess you'd call it a plaque with the whole like story on it.
Okay.
Seems like maybe in the center of the city.
I love you. But here's my favorite part about you. You have no idea.
No.
Like this. I've
been to Galveston. I have no idea. But it was a one-nighter, and I didn't do that great.
Well, shock face.
I'm more of a Corpus Christi guy.
Yeah, no, I hear you. This could be the biggest thing that happens in Galveston, Texas every year.
It could. I don't know.
No idea. But you're sitting, baby.
But I never see it on the news because usually they show you those things.
Maybe you see it today. Maybe you pop on.
I'm gonna look.
I'm gonna look for it. That's what I'm gonna do.
I watch the news.
And it is funny too. Like, we will prop up these people that had an effect on American history as like the Freddie Sue Bridge.
Yeah.
Right. By the way, we couldn't give them their own separate bridges.
I know.
There's more bridges.
It's either one or the other on most of these things that
You know
they've
what I'm
been
saying?
naming.
And like the fact that you gave them both means that their names get shortened because it's going to be the Freddie Sue Bridge. I don't know. Like, there is this weird feeling when people don't have the same pride for local historical folks that I do. Like, it almost bothers me.
Yeah. You get a little irritated.
Yeah. Like, well, look. What do you do? You didn't do anything. You didn't do what she did. It's pretty impressive, man, for your name to live on for centuries.
I know.
Do you think people take more pride in it if they grew up here or they moved here and maybe have been here for a long time? Only because, like, when you move somewhere new, you want to learn all about it. Where, like, you may tell people, if they've never heard of Rochester, that may be what you lead with.
That's a good question.
Oh.
But if you grew up here, maybe you take it for granted a little bit.
I'm going to say this. I'll say this. Because I'm born and raised here. You're born and raised here. If I meet somebody who's not from here, they moved to Rochester, and I'm like, oh, yeah, Frederick Douglass, pretty cool. Don't be a poser, man. Don't be a poser.
I can understand why you would be maybe even more knowledgeable on it because you learned about it later in life.
You're just trying to fit in. Can you do the Erie Canal song by heart? No, you can't. No, like, I mean it's ours. It's ours. Like you came from whatever town you came from. I'm sure you got people too. Why don't you tell me about that guy?
All right.
I don't know. Like, do the people in Leroy take massive pride in the Jello?
Well, I mean they do talk about it, and don't forget Henry Ford came through and had that big argument. With the police department.
Yeah, wait, no.
They did a
Let's
reenactment.
not start this again. We got emails about this, by the way.
And we found out it is true. They did do it.
They tried it one time.
Right. And it was such a hit that it had to stop because it just overloaded the town.
Why was Henry Ford in the upstate New York area again?
So he was coming to see his boy.
Yeah, who's that?
Eastman.
Yeah. What were they doing?
Well, they were tight.
Yeah, what were they doing?
I have no idea, bro. But stuff like that gets you killed back in the day, son.
What? Was Henry Ford married?
Because he's got grandchildren and great grandchildren.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Like I think there's still a Ford running
the
Ford.
Lions here and the Lion. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, my fault, but I know. Yeah, George.
Huge
Eastman.
prick, the old man.
Could have been that's the understatement of the century.
But even like his kid was kind of
That's not
even
surprising.
the second was kind of a prick.
Probably.
Henry Ford.
Big prick.
Not a good guy.
Big prick. But man, but the Mustang, come on. That's a ride, babe. It's a nice ride.
I'll say this.
It was.
As we wrap up this discussion. Again, Major General Gordon Granger from Sodus, New York, the man who rides into Galveston, Texas, and alerts everybody that slavery is over.
And bitched about the heat the entire ride.
There we go. Juneteenth. The next major holiday that we have, whatever it is, do a little research, not just into Rochester, but like your individual town. There is someone from the town that you lived in, and it doesn't take that much research. It's not. You have every piece of information that ever existed at your fingertips on your phone.
Well, the next one's 4th of July.
Yeah?
Am I going to look up for that?
Okay. We have a dynamite. What are you going to do? Kind of break
First guy
for you.
that blew off his hand with an M80.
It's Wednesday, you know what that means.
We're already hating.
Yeah, you are hating a lot. It's Hate Mail of the Week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. It was about 2 weeks ago. We told you a story of a man who was in serious trouble after he allegedly sent text messages, unkind text messages, to underage members of his family. One of those messages threatened harm to those kids. And we had a discussion, kicked it around the room. You know, if you have a family member, and I think we all have one or two, that you don't want having access to your children, like cell phone access, how do you get out of that?
Ooh.
Well, one woman heard that discussion.
Yeah.
She's not happy. And the reason that we live in the society we live in today, according to this woman, is because of this. And we'll get into it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There's a big old star who is in some big-ass trouble
Yeah,
this
I was
morning.
shocked to see the news.
And, Tommy, if you didn't read the story, you don't fully comprehend how bad things got for him. Not just what was found in his system, but what happened in the actual traffic stop. Did you see this?
I know. I saw what happened at the bar.
Okay.
But I didn't know what happened
after.
Yeah.
We'll tell you who we're talking about and what went down next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. this is not a story you expected to see from this household name.
Oh.
And this is going to affect more than just his popularity. There's a big thing in the works right now.
He's kind of in it right now, right?
Yeah. But that may not be the worst part of this whole thing for this celebrity. Because, eventually all good things come to an end.
No, sure.
And based on the reaction he got from the police officer at the scene, Kimmy, you're arguing that could have hurt more?
I wonder if it did.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, there is a man who is in some serious trouble after what police say he did with a teenager.
Oh.
Not what you think.
Right.
But when we tell the story with the lack of details, you're allowed to fill into your head where it goes.
Yeah.
There will be members of our audience who think this man is terrible.
Yeah.
The allegations are true. And there are members of this audience who are going to say, well, you had to. Based on the story, I just came up in my head. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. A man who has been famous really since the late 1990s, Tommy. Justin Timberlake. Big fan of the Trolls movie?
Stop doing that. Whatever you're doing, stop. Getting your dad groove on.
This is a dad groove kind of song.
It's a good song. Come on, here it comes. I can't stop the feeling. Justin Timberlake early yesterday morning, arrested for DWI in the Hamptons.
Not great.
No. So, according to the report, when he was pulled over, he told police he had just one martini. However, witnesses...
Never just one, is it?
Witnesses who were at the hotel he was drinking at claim he was so drunk.
He was wasted.
Yes, that he was drinking other people's drinks.
Yes.
Unaware that they weren't his drinks.
Yeah.
So he was arrested. He was brought to court. He wasn't released until 9:30 in the morning because they couldn't find a judge.
Damn.
So he was locked up from like midnight until 9:30 a.m. Of course, all the tabloids are there to get him walking out of court.
Yes.
And they have his mugshot.
Yeah.
And he just looks like a sad little boy.
Yes, he does.
Bloodshot
in his
eyes.
40s.
You got it. So this is bad for a couple reasons. One, obviously you shouldn't drink and drive.
Yeah.
Two, someone of this celebrity stature getting a DWI is going to cause news all over the world.
Sure.
But most importantly, at least for his pocketbook, he is in the middle of or about to start
He's on tour.
Yeah.
world tour.
So like I think his next stop was like Chicago.
Yeah.
And then when he has to do like his arraignment, he's in Europe.
Oh, not good.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Not great. But there's another part of this story that someone in this room is arguing may be worse than the actual DWI charges for Justin Timberlake.
Yeah. So, according to some sources, when he was pulled over originally, one of the police officers had no idea who he was.
He was so young.
They
The
didn't
kid was so
recognize
young.
his name.
Yep.
It wasn't like he looked familiar. The kid just kind of seemed like maybe he was completely oblivious to who
Could
he
be,
just
right?
pulled over.
Yeah.
So it's funny, like I guess there's audio that was transcribed where the kid does not recognize him.
Yeah.
And Justin Timberlake says, this is going to ruin the tour. And the guy curiously goes,
What
tour?
tour?
And Justin Timberlake looks at him and goes, the world tour.
Oh, really?
That had to be so, like.
I get
if
what
you're-
that kid was talking. Like if I'm a young cop, what are you on a wine tour? What?
Right. Like that has to be the ultimate shot to the ego.
Oh yeah.
Especially after you tried to tell them and they still had no idea.
Yeah, because look, you never want to go full Reese Witherspoon with the "Do you know who I am?"
Yeah.
Because that was embarrassing. When her husband got pulled over, and then she
Yeah.
tried to say, "Do you know who I am?" And he didn't care.
And again, if you have to ask, "Do you know who I am?" the answer is always no.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I don't. But I would also imagine celebrities in this situation, if they don't go full "Do you know who I am?" are going to try and like
Hint
drop
around.
little breadcrumbs, hoping
It's
that
gonna
this
ruin the
person-
tour.
But there's been people that were so goddamn famous, like they were just known. Like you looked at that guy, you know who he was. Got DWIs, man. It didn't matter in their town. Like they were like big names, and it just didn't work.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
But even like you would think even the biggest celebrity eventually is going to run into that person that doesn't know who they are. Like that somebody young enough where I don't know your
I'm
name.
sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's got to happen to everybody at some point.
Look, I'll say this. I was surprised that this happened with Justin Timberlake so quickly, and maybe that's me being old.
Yeah.
But he has been relevant the entire time. Like, I mean,
I guess.
In Sync, and he had 3
let's
massive
say-
solo albums. He was in
yeah.
the Trolls movie from the song we just played.
Yeah.
Dance, dance.
He's been in. He's been in movies.
movies.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Right? And I guess his career slowed down a little bit the last
Right.
couple of years, but how young do you have to be to
Well,
not know who that is?
let's say the police officer was 20.
No, you wouldn't be that young as a police
I
officer.
never get the kid's drunk. He may not look like Justin Timberlake when you're that wasted.
You got his ID, though.
Yeah, but you're like, yeah.
It says Timberlake on it,
Yeah.
formerly of NSYNC. He put that on his ID.
Well, let's say he's born in like 2000. I mean, at that
So that would
point,
make him 24.
he was a baby when NSYNC was a thing.
Yeah, but still blows my mind that there are people young enough that they would have no idea who Justin Timberlake is. He was in those McDonald's commercials. He wrote the ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. That's his.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's right.
I did not know that.
Yeah, now you do. And that cop didn't know it either.
But I want to thank Justin Timberlake because the next day it's the Hamptons, and they interviewed Mr. Hampton himself, Billy Joel, coming out of a lunch spot.
Okay,
Yeah.
now, for those who don't know, Billy Joel faced a similar situation
Oh, yeah.
where he
Many times.
And there's one where he drunkenly crashed his car into somebody's house.
Yes.
But you were saying, I'm sorry.
So they interviewed him, I'll get his reaction and stuff. And then Billy Joel, the massive guy that has sold out Madison Square Garden more than the New York Rangers,
Yep.
left on his moped. He's a fat old man in a black tight T-shirt with a helmet on, and he just putts away from the crowd. It's hysterical, man.
I will
There's
say,
no shame with that guy.
Good for him, though. He's won life.
I
He's
know.
got all the money.
Yeah.
He got to
Yeah.
have sex with Christy Brinkley despite being one of the ugliest men that
Yes.
ever lived, right?
I mean, Billy Joel should be riding around in the Hamptons on a moped. Like, that's the way I like my Billy Joel.
Mopeded.
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Justin Timberlake arrested for a DWI early yesterday morning in the Hamptons. Said he had one martini. People that were at the hotel party he was at say that he was so drunk he was drinking other people's drinks. But as Kimmy said, the worst part for Justin Timberlake, as far as she's concerned, the police officer that pulled him over and arrested him was so young he had no idea who Justin Timberlake was.
Would you be flattered if, or would not flattered? Maybe that's not the word, but I don't know if I wouldn't be upset if Justin Timberlake took my drink and was drinking out of it. I just think it would make for a good story, and also like you just made out with me.
There you go.
Can we go? All right, hold on. Let's pause. There's a lot to break down here.
What?
I wouldn't want to make out with Justin
No,
Timberlake.
but
'cause that's what you're asking.
I didn't. He took my drink and put his mouth where my mouth
Right.
was.
It's just weird that you got all proud like that. I did
You
not
just made out with me, man.
You
But
can't
how
even
many people
change
could
it.
say Justin Timberlake took a sip of my cup?
Yeah, I would brag about, somebody famous stealing my drink.
Yeah.
All right, I guess it depends. Like if all right, let's paint the scenario. If I'm in this hotel and
Yeah.
Justin Timberlake is drunk and he's drinking,
You're
everybody's
watching this
drinks.
whole scene go down
Right.
at the bar.
Yep. And he's
Like, and I know those drinks not cheap, I'm guessing.
You probably not.
Yeah.
So like if he's like being like charming drunk guy and like I put my drink down and he grabs it not knowing and drinks it, yeah, that's a story I want to tell. If he's like belligerent dick where he like walks up to me and
Yeah,
takes
but
my
you
drink.
kind of want that story too.
No, but then it's
All
gonna
right,
make,
let's say you're just sitting there with your wife, right?
Yeah.
Having your cocktails at a table. He comes walking up, looks at both of you, and just takes your drink and drinks it,
Chugs
puts it down, walks away.
that guy's a dick.
It's a dick. And that's a story I want to
Yeah.
tell people.
Yeah.
That's a great
And
story.
I don't even know if I'd be mad in the moment because I'd be so like in
Honored.
awe. Like, was that really just Justin Timberlake that came over to our table?
No one's gonna believe that story.
Until
one's
he gets a
gonna
DUI.
No, there'll be a million videos.
Oh, are there gonna be a million? There's not one video we've seen of him being in that
Yeah,
hotel.
that's
It's
true.
gonna show up,
Bro, it's the
Somebody's got
Hamptons.
him in the background on one of their on one of their phones. It's gonna show
Bro,
up.
this is like the Hamptons are like the highest end place in the world for people like outside of Dubai, right? You think these places don't have a no phone policy?
That high end.
What, the Hamptons? The effing Hamptons. Have you
The Hamptons.
read The Great Gatsby? Have you read The Great Gatsby? You're not hanging on West Egg, are you?
Goddamn.
No, you're not.
It's a story from like 1,000 years ago that when you had to crank your you had to crank up your car.
Billy Joel was riding a moped around. You think there's no money in that neighborhood?
Like, if you told sixth grade me that one day Justin Timberlake would steal a drink from me, I'd be okay with that. I'd be like, cool, I can't wait.
No,
Can't wait to see that happen.
Okay, but you're also notoriously chintz. Let's say that drink cost you $28.
Yeah, but I still think it's worth the story.
It's worth the price of admission.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Not for Pat.
Well, no, I mean, if he's a dick, I don't want it. If it's like a charming
Oh,
Timberlake,
I don't care either way. I think either way, not proud of that moment, but it's something that it's a unique experience.
You know, you would be proud. You would just like, you made out with me.
All right, so let's say you're at a bar
Right.
and Jim Kelly's there.
Yeah.
And that's your Justin Timberlake,
Yeah.
right? You grew up with
They
Jim
call
Kelly.
him the Justin Timberlake of the Super Bowl Bills.
Right. All right. So let's say, and he comes over and he sees you got your Bills hat on and stuff. And let's say you're in a nice little resort town,
Okay.
and he's just talking to you, and he just nonchalantly picks up your beer and slams it down. He goes, "Man, thanks," and leaves.
But we had a fun conversation before.
Yeah, he
No.
just said, quick Bills thing. He's just basically.
He's blowing me off because he wants half of a free beer.
No, he sees your hat.
Okay.
Let's say,
All right.
says hi, but he
You-
just casually picks up
yeah.
your beer, puts it down, and leaves.
Yeah, I'd be pissed.
Why?
Really?
It's your hero.
Okay, it's alcohol rules, right?
Wouldn't you want to go to the
Yeah.
bar and go, I want to buy this I want to buy this beer mug Jim Kelly drank out of?
No.
And you
If he-
put it up on your shelf.
If
Yeah.
he drank my beer to be a dick, no.
But think about it, like he didn't look at you as gross enough where he wouldn't drink that beer.
It's an honor.
This guy looks clean.
You just made out with Jim Kelly, man.
Can't take it back, Jimbo. We just made out. Call him Thurman. Guess what? All right, let me ask you this question, Kimmy.
Okay.
All right, so again, we're talking about Justin Timberlake getting a DWI in the Hamptons early yesterday. Reports are that he was so drunk he was drinking other people's drinks at a hotel restaurant that he was hanging out in before he left to take off. Kimmy said that if Justin Timberlake accidentally drank her drink, it would be like making out with Justin Timberlake. All right, so we'll paint the scenario again. You're standing there. He accidentally picks up your drink, sips out of it, puts it back down again. You finishing that drink?
Yeah.
Okay, you take 3 more sips and you look across the bar and he's like scratching his lip. You don't know where Justin Timberlake's
Yeah,
mouth
no, I
has
know
been?
you're right.
All
Well,
over
I will
the
say,
world.
I
It's
will
a
say,
world tour.
if I watched him take other people's drinks and do the same thing, I'm probably not gonna do that.
Like if he mistakenly drinks your drink,
Yeah.
his mouth has been other bad places.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
probably. I don't know though. I think I'm still drinking that drink.
Like,
if I
think of
got
the-
most of it back.
He's had multiple famous girlfriends, right?
Britney Spears, he's married to Jessica Biel right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Kind of touched Janet Jackson's boob and ruined her career.
Oh, I forgot about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
He's
Jesus
part of that.
Christ,
I mean, like,
man.
how does this kid not
Yeah.
know who this guy is?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well,
I
But
mean,
that was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It
that,
was.
Yeah. I
Look,
mean, he would have been a little
was-
kid probably.
it was more than 20 years ago.
No.
It was
It
like
was-
22 years ago.
No kidding.
Wow.
I was in high school.
Damn.
And look, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. I'm not even a Justin Timberlake fan. I'm just angry that I'm getting old enough where people don't remember
Yeah.
the most famous people. What does blow my mind about this story is how does someone as rich as Justin Timberlake not have a ride
We
home?
were
I
just
don't-
talking about this. I was
A
like,
chauffeur.
If
Yeah.
I was at that level of fame, I'm having a car ready to go at all times.
Also disappointed in the car he was driving. Quality ride.
BMW?
SUV.
Okay.
I thought he'd be like some kind of cool
sports
car.
especially this time of year.
Well, he's
Right.
got kids,
Top
right?
down. Was that?
Yeah.
He's got kids, right?
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
why.
I don't know.
Yeah. You got to ride. You know, you
I
got to take him to
guess.
soccer practice. Can't take him.
Bro,
to
you can have that, but that's your night ride to go to the club.
Yeah. You'd think he has multiple vehicles.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but you would also think he had a driver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if you don't have a driver, call someone to get you
But
a
most
driver.
of these guys don't seem to have
It's
drivers.
weird.
I would think that guy again is at a level of fame just for his own safety.
Yeah.
To have someone in
Right.
a car with
Just
him at all
to,
times.
yeah, just to, you know.
I'm not even talking DWI. I'm talking about like someone can just
Staying
open
away-
that door.
And he's got to
Yeah.
have a flunky buddy that would do it for nothing, just to hang out with you.
Any
Yeah.
other member of NSYNC. All right, let's take a break. This story will sound different depending on who you are.
Okay.
Well, like lack of details, it causes us to fill in blanks in
Sure.
stories. And there will be people who look at this man as a terrible human being for the allegations he's facing. And there are others who will say, well, he had no choice based on the details they insert into story.
Okay.
And we'll tell you all of it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The fewer details there are in a story, the more chance you have to fill in the blanks in your own head.
Okay.
And with a story like this, it can make the person accused of a crime look a whole lot better than they actually are. Because if we're being honest, there are lots of people who want to do what this man allegedly did just because.
Yeah.
And it makes you feel like less of a monster if in your own head the kid was being a monster dick at the time.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. We are in boating season.
Oh, yeah. High boating season now.
That's right. And for a very long time, there was this idea that boating, it was hard. There was a big barrier to entry.
Well, it's expensive.
Look, if you're either a boating person or not a boating person.
You're
And
nautical.
A couple of years ago, something changed that.
Really?
And maybe it proves that all of you boat people weren't as special as you thought.
What's going on?
Well, we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, there is a gentleman from our area who is in some serious trouble.
What happened?
Well, he's been arrested after an incident with a teenage kid.
This doesn't sound good.
Not like that.
All right.
Police say a grown man struck a 17-year-old kid multiple times in the head.
He hit a kid.
Hit a kid multiple
17.
times. 17 in
the head.
Yes. 40-year-old man. They say the incident happened last Wednesday just before 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
So it's midday, midweek.
Yes, but it doesn't say anything about a domestic incident where it would be someone he's like related to.
Okay.
Authorities also say the man is accused of becoming physical with deputies when they got to the scene.
Oh, quite the hothead.
So he was arrested, charged
Yeah.
with menacing, obstructing governmental administration, and resisting arrest. He's got a court date upcoming. What we don't have in the details of the story is what set this man off for the alleged attack on the 17-year-old. And the lack of details, Tommy, in the story allows all of us to fill in the blanks in our own heads. What could have set this man off to allegedly assault a child? There are two kinds of people listening right now.
What are they?
Well, there are a group of people who just heard these allegations and thought, wow, this man is nuts. There's no reason a grown-ass person should ever put their hands on a kid.
Right.
And then there's the other half, whose first thought was, what did that kid do to deserve the punches this man felt he had to send upon his face?
What wise acid came out of that kid's mouth?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Which person are you?
You're looking at me.
Oh, yeah, well, you're right here.
You're the grown-ass person in the room.
We're all grown ass.
Well,
You're the grownest
some
of
more
asses.
than others.
So you're asking me what I think of this man?
Well, are you the kind of person who looks at these allegations and goes, "Oh my God, that's terrible," or are you the kind of person that is willing to give him the benefit of the doubt because you think the 17-year-old was
What
doing
did
something?
the kid do?
Exactly.
Well, the fact that he also started resisting arrest with the officers
Yep, according to police.
Yeah.
gives me a different idea of this guy.
Oh,
Okay. Oh, okay. So you're saying like the aftermath of it all.
Right, shows
changing
me
your
this
mind.
guy's, to me, he sounds unstable, hothead.
Okay. All right.
Where if he tried to like defend his actions to the cops, like, hey, you're with me, right? Type of guy.
Okay.
I would see those two stories differently.
Okay, I understand.
You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I
But
get
the
what
fact
you're
that, hey, he's such a hothead, cops show up and he's like, you know what? You ain't taking me in today, officer.
Well, here's
Not
the-
your day, officer.
It may not have started out that way, though.
Bingo.
Maybe he did try to do what you just said, and they were like not having it because you did this to a kid,
Bingo.
allegedly.
Like he was sitting there
Yeah.
trying to plead his case. You
Yeah.
can't believe what this kid did. I said, do your job.
But he didn't even. But he hit the kid multiple times in the head.
According to police, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like bad.
Well, I am
beyond bad.
I am pleasantly surprised by your take
Yeah.
because I was convinced you would come in here and be like, whoa, I was a 17-year-old dick. All 17-year-olds are dicks.
They
All
are.
17-year-olds actually deserve to be punched in the head multiple times.
I understand. And like,
No, I'm not saying that. I thought that's what you were going to say.
And every father and son, when they hit that age, think they start sizing each other up, right?
I was there. You watched it happen with your.
But I also know dads going, hey, he's almost getting too big. I don't think I could take him anymore.
No dad would ever admit that.
Oh, I've heard that out of mouths of men.
In front of their kid?
In front of their kids. Because,
Really?
he's getting so big, I don't think I could take him anymore.
Interesting.
Okay. That's really?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm shocked
I've
by
heard
that.
it, and it ain't not just once. So dad size up the kid size up the dad. So it's almost always go time. You just need a spark.
Well, to your point, there are a group of people, and it's overwhelmingly men, who fantasize about punching
Oh, yes.
teenagers. And they're just looking for a reason.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't even think a kid would have to do all that much to trigger that old man anger.
And Hollywood used to fuel this stuff with like those teen movies where teens out of control.
But the teens were always the heroes in that story.
No, they were.
Are we thinking about different movies?
I'm going back to the 50s and 60s, like my brother's generation.
Like Rebel Without a Cause and stuff like that?
But like everybody wanted to beat those kids up.
Okay.
Like, because my brother now is that guy. And he grew up on those movies.
So he was once the teen, now he's
the old man.
Okay.
He just changed characters.
No, and look,
He just gets recast in his own scenarios.
And those movies never stop being made. Like every movie that Clint Eastwood has made in the last 15 years involves him wanting to beat up or kill a bunch of teenagers.
Right.
Still the toughest guy in the room.
252 WCMF 252-926. They were talking about this 40-year-old man from our area after he was arrested after police say he struck a 17-year-old kid multiple times in the head. 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday. He was arrested. Police also say that he physically went after the cops after they got there. You were going to say something, Kimmy?
No, I was just going to say, I think no matter how much of a dick that kid is being, if you're an adult and your choice isn't to walk away from the situation, even if you don't get the last word, and I know that that's difficult, but like there's no way you're going to look good in this situation unless you walk away.
Au contraire, Kimmy. Au contraire. Now, in the eyes...
Like, unless that kid squares up and hits you first, or you know what I mean? Like, unless that person initiates the physical fight, I think the best thing you can do is just walk away and let that kid just, get the best of you.
Okay, though. First of all, not a way to get guys to not do it. Yeah. Let the kid get the best of you.
Not get the best of you, but just let that kid think that he won.
Be the adult in the room, I guess.
Look, the last sentence you said was true.
What's that?
Right? Like, whatever that kid did, it's not worth it. Walk away. But that first sentence, right, that no one will side with you if you hit that teenager in the head is wrong. That is a wrong statement. Because there are guys, look,
but
if your buddy, let's say, because you got some boys you go hang out with every once in a while, right? Let's say, and they're all around your age. Let's say you were sitting out somebody's deck one night, all 5 guys, and one of the guys goes, yeah, this kid, was down, I get out. A kid walks by, bangs his Apple Watch on my car, swinging his arm. I go, hey, what's up with that? He told me to shut up, so I hit him in the head 5 times. Not a single guy on that deck would be like, what's wrong with you, Jimmy?
Yeah, but we may be feeling it.
No way.
No, you don't
You
think
would feed into it. You would absolutely feed into it.
You feed into it maybe to the guy's face, but when you walk away from it, don't you kind of think it's a sad situation for your buddy to be in?
I would.
Okay.
I don't know how many other men would.
I don't think I would say it to his face.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say, man, you're crazy, you shouldn't do that.
Okay, so maybe that's why he thinks he's able to do that.
But that's not my responsibility for you to not hit children in the head.
It's his friend. Well, if he thinks it's socially acceptable, because you're going, get him, Jimmy.
Because I always think 1 in 5 men have this in them.
You think it's only
1 in 5?
Well, that's a lot.
I think it's more than 1 in 5.
I think guys can be pushed to that and maybe not even know it until they're in the moment.
Okay.
Like they may not see themselves as somebody that would ever hit a teenager until it shows up.
I do know multiple guys that have had confrontations with teenagers.
Do you think it's 1 in 5 of your friends, or do you think it's more?
I don't have many friends. Maybe all of them.
Okay, well, along the lines of this conversation, if the allegations are true with this 40-year-old man hitting a 17-year-old in the head multiple times, there is something a little surprising.
What's
here.
that?
40 seems young to allegedly assault a teen.
Oh, yeah.
I got 2 reasons for you. One, typically a 40-year-old has too much going on to be bothered by teenagers. Because like at 40, you could have a teenager of your own, and you still have to take them to soccer, which means you have no time for an assault. The second reason, though, 40 is still just close enough to teenage age where you don't hate them yet.
Yeah, you may share music and interests.
Bingo.
Pair of 5s, you're definitely in the old man zone.
Yeah,
agreed with you
the
100%.
old man zone.
You are Gran Torino.
Yes. I would even argue 50, you're there.
Yeah.
But if that kid's 17 and you're 40, I mean, sure, you have 20 years of gap there, right? But
you
both
relate.
go to the Gap.
You don't see at 40. You don't see yourself as old man yet.
No.
you're not old man yet.
Right.
No.
They say 40's the new 30.
Yeah.
But
I think you're right.
you feel like you could still relate to that kid in maybe certain aspects of your life.
Yeah, I don't hate
even though
teenagers
you really
yet.
can't.
No, I mean, you kind of can. I mean, there are
Can you?
sports and
I guess.
pop
Well,
culture. TV
But even
shows.
like, I don't know, like, well, your wife's younger, but like, my wife finds like wise ass kids. Like, she gets very upset.
Oh.
And I always find it funny because I was that wise ass kid.
Yeah.
Especially if it's good material.
Hey, kid, are you being a dick? But that's a good right
That was
there.
very funny. Like, but my wife will get very like, you shouldn't laugh at that. You're just encouraging it.
I think you're
But I
unique.
can't hold it back. That's good stuff. But like, I could see some guys getting extremely pissed off, and the testosterone, what they have left of it,
Also not helping the situation.
No. I think that you are unique in that you can see yourself in that kid, where I don't think a lot of guys see it that way. Like, when I was a kid, I didn't do that kind of stuff, even though they 100% did to some extent.
Sure, we got in trouble, but we were respectful after we were done causing all that trouble. We were respectful.
And I don't think
We
a lot
all
of guys
held
see
hands and prayed.
themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is amazing the further away you get from being a kid, how you remember what being
You
a
were
kid.
such a great kid.
And what the world was, and all that. Like you hear certain folks over a certain age describe a world that never existed because you were a kid. You were shielded from all of the terrible things that were happening.
Yes.
Right? You ever had thought of that? No.
Yeah, that's true.
I was gonna ask, would accusations like this keep you from hanging with a buddy ever again? But you already answered that question.
Like if he hit a kid.
All right, we'll go back to that scenario.
Yeah.
On the deck, you find out that night, you and your buddies, I hit a kid. I hit him 5 times. My car got scratched by his Apple Watch, and he called me an old man.
And he attacked a kid.
I tell you, 5 times. Hit him
Yeah,
in the
I'd
head.
had to bail.
Bap, 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 bap.
Yeah, I'd had to bail.
Bap, 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 bap.
I'd
He's
have to
looking
bail
at
on
me
that
like,
guy.
Hey, what are you doing? Hey, TikTok. Oh, it's that. Bap, 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 bap.
No, I'm bailing on that guy. I would bail on that guy if he was into magic. You couldn't hang with a guy like that.
I wouldn't. I find that very surprising because, again, you just said that 1 in 5 of your friends have assaulted teenagers.
Well, if that maybe
Could.
got to his assault, I know somebody who was assaulted by a kid.
Okay.
And I know some guy that threatened a kid,
Okay.
and the cops showed up at his house.
So did you end that friendship?
One was semi-family, so I couldn't.
Okay.
The other guy, no, I didn't break the friendship. No.
So the answer is that no, then.
But the kid got the best of that guy.
What do you mean?
Like,
Because
the guy he was assaulted by a kid.
Oh.
The other one, words were exchanged. The kid called the cops on him.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Like going back to this whole 40 is too young to be angry and assaulting teenagers.
Yeah,
Right?
you shouldn't have that much old man sediment built up in your soul yet.
But you
Yeah.
do have to realize that kid
Perfect.
looks at you as an old man.
Which is fine.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm fine with that. Look, if you're upset enough with a teenager in your 40s to assault them, I think that says more about your life than whatever you think that kid did to warrant a punch in the head.
Yes.
Right? Because let's keep in mind, in this specific story, there is nothing about the 17-year-old facing charges for anything here. So as far as we know, it's not even like the guy had the fallback of, I felt threatened.
Yeah,
or this
Yeah.
kid
I was
attacked
defending
me.
myself.
Exactly, right? Like the kid is not facing a single charge according to the story, which makes it even worse.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
the moral of the story here, number one, without question, don't assault 17-year-olds.
Keep your hands to yourself, period.
Good story, yeah. And 2, it doesn't matter what a teenage kid thinks about you or says to you. What the kid doing?
Yeah.
That kid's future's destroyed by the decisions you made anyway, so you got him one over.
No respect.
Right? It's like looking at a tiger that eats somebody or a shark. Like, those sharks are going to be dead soon because of what we did to the ocean. So who's getting the last laugh here, boys?
All right.
Let's take a break. Speaking of being on the water,
What's going on?
well, the boating community is a tight-knit community.
Yeah, and it's prime time right now.
And folks with boats, tell me if you think I'm wrong, they tend to look down upon folks without boats.
Well, you're not in the club.
They look down on certain boaters,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Like other
Oh, yeah.
boaters.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah.
levels of boating.
Yeah.
And folks that own boats for years and years and years wanted you to think that owning a boat was hard and operating a boat was difficult
Yes.
and that it took a certain type of person. But a new business model that has been in our area for the last couple of years.
Where they got some busted boat crew.
Well, no, in fact, folks with these boats actually look higher end than folks with boats of their own out there. And because, Kimmy, this has been so relatively safe, maybe all you boat people aren't as cool and tough as you think you are.
Really?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. on the surface, this seems like the most dangerous idea ever.
Oh.
But it's blown up in the greater Rochester area, and as far as we know, there haven't been any issues. So is it possible that folks who have been yelling about how hard this summer activity is, how exclusive it is,
Gotta pay attention.
maybe have been lying to make themselves look better the entire time?
Really?
Well, you might be one of these people.
Oh, what'd I do?
You're hanging out in the break room on just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:30, there is a gentleman in some serious trouble.
What'd he do?
It was after an incident at Dick's in Victor on Saturday.
Was he being a dick?
He wasn't being a dick.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Uh-oh is the right word.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
All
I'll
right.
tell you,
Uh-oh.
just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So a few summers ago, we in the break room first learned about boat subscriptions.
They're basically like a rental.
You got, well, kind of. So bodies of water across Western New York, people can subscribe to a service all summer long that allows you to take out a rented boat anytime you want.
Nice.
Yes. And these people that were subscribing to this service were people with little to no boating experience at all. Now, this is before.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, which is dangerous.
I think they put you through like a crash course kind of thing.
But this
That's
was
about
crashing.
the amount. That's the
All right.
the extent of training that you got at the time.
Not
I don't know
much.
if it's changed. Yeah.
Well, it had to have changed
Yeah.
because there's that new rule about having to
Right.
take that course to
Right.
be able to
Yeah.
operate a boat, blah, 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 blah. But when this first started a couple years ago, our friend and coworker, Breezy, who works down in PXY,
Yes.
she was on the water all summer long, the last few summers, using this service. Her parents got it for a present.
Yeah.
And it's something, Tommy, that made you very nervous when she first told us about it.
Yeah, because it just sounds like she's never done this before and she doesn't know how to drive a boat. Mm-hmm. And you're partying, you're a kid.
Yeah, sure,
It
sure.
sounds like a recipe for sinking.
I'm Tommy, and I
Yeah.
grew up in Florida, and I had a boat attendant. Let me tell you about boats, danger of boats,
She's
and
no
how
expert.
boats work.
I knew navigation and charts.
I knew navigation about boats. Well, there's a story this week.
Yeah.
Talking about how popular these services have become. And they're getting booked up almost completely. And people are out using the boats every weekend. And correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't really seen any boating accident stories in the greater Rochester area this summer.
So far,
that I'm
it's
aware
pretty
of.
early in the season.
But there's
But
also...
even last year, I feel like there were a couple of like boats that sunk, but it was like a boat problem, not the
driver.
operator problem.
Captain.
Yeah. I
My
don't
fear is
remember-
alcohol.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if you're boating it, you're going to want to party.
No, I hear you. Because those people that own boats, you don't have to worry about that with them.
No, but at least they know what they're doing,
Well,
and
drunk.
and they may not be drinking and driving.
Even the way you said
I
that,
know.
you said they may not be drinking and driving. You can't even say it with a straight face.
Well, you can't be drinking at the helm.
Maybe,
Yeah.
just maybe, this boat subscription idea is not as
I'm
dangerous
telling
as
you,
you
man,
been
you better
around for a
hold that.
while.
You better hold your nautical tongue, because I'm telling you,
Look, I'm knocking on wood.
something's going to happen.
Yeah, I
I'm not
know.
gonna
I don't
win.
want to speak anything into
It's
existence.
there's too much risk out there. And, it's crowded out there in the summertime.
But to your-
Bro, you're not.
But
look,
don't
you're
you
not
think-
searching for the new world. You're going out to have a drink on Canada.
And
But
don't-
bro, you get on like Arundequait Bay on a Saturday. It is packed with boats.
No, I hear you, man.
And if you only takes one jet ass and jerk
But I
that's
would,
4 White Claws into his day, decides he's going to throw some wake because he thinks it's funny, and he loses control.
by the way, that jet ass and jerk could be a long time boat
Thank you.
I understand.
owner
I
and
understand.
operator.
But this
Like,
just
you don't
adds
know
fuel to the jet ass and jerk fire.
But don't you think you'd be more careful with the boat if it wasn't your boat?
Yeah, I mean, you're on the hook for that
Yeah,
thing.
like you sign a
Because
lot
we
of
know people really treat
papers.
rentals well. Are you
You
kidding
will,
me,
you
man?
will if you gotta pay for it.
An entire
Yeah.
effing boat.
Rent a car and tell me how nice that interior of that thing is. People don't care.
No, you know what we're hearing?
You don't
gotta
get
be down
paranoid
to-
about like getting into a crash in that car. I mean, like I get more paranoid driving a rental car than I do my own.
But you're gonna ding it up.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
I know how you treat rental cars.
Like ex-wives.
Kimmy, you know what we're hearing here?
What?
Well, this is a man who, like a lot of people listening, had their identity in being a captain.
This is true.
Right,
helmsman.
Yep.
They know
A
boats.
tiller.
Your old captain.
Yep,
Old
I know,
tiller.
I know boats. I've owned a boat. I own a boat. You are below me. You know nothing about the boating world. Is it possible? Is it possible, Kimmy,
Yeah.
that boating was never all that hard or complicated, and that the people who have owned boats made it sound and seem that way so they could look more impressive. That, in fact, this entire time, if you could just hand a boat off to any person subscribing to it, that it wasn't all that hard to
The boat can get away from you quick.
Can it?
Yeah.
Can it?
Mm-hmm. It ain't a car, son.
Would you describe Breezy, and we love Breezy,
Yeah.
would you describe her as responsible?
No.
Okay.
No.
Would you
She's fun. She's a blast. Not responsible.
Would you describe her as even tempered?
That I don't know. I guess so.
Would you see her go on? She's all over the place, all over
Well, I
the
don't.
time.
I wouldn't say she's like mad.
Okay. No, I'm saying, like, would she be able to keep her head about her if something were to go wrong?
Oh, no.
Okay,
No.
no.
Nobody named Breezy can like keep a level captain head.
Okay. Yet, and again, I'm knocking on wood. That woman has been doing this for 3 summers now.
Right.
A couple years. Yeah.
And
She's out there every day.
Yes, nothing happens. Nothing
But
has
she
happened.
ain't telling you nothing
But don't you
either,
think
man.
with
You
all
don't
that
think we'd hear that
experience-
story? Unpopular radio personality damages boat.
You know she's broken things in boats.
Again, she would
She's-
have to pay for it.
Right, but she may not tell you about it. She may
Okay.
like lost a running light, snapped the railing,
See, now you know what he's doing now. You know what he's doing
scraped
now.
What the hell is she doing on the boat?
scraped the bow.
You know what he's doing now? Now he's trying to use boat talk to
Yeah.
further get up because we called him out on his like.
Don't even get me started on a transom.
I mean, the rental thing too. It takes the. You're not getting a boat in and out of the water. Like there are certain things that you don't have to do that kind of takes away some of the risk.
But
of
you still
got to
come. The biggest problem is getting in and out
But people,
of the harbor.
they kind of
yeah.
help you do that.
Is that a
like
Oh,
at the
like-
marina.
Oh, yeah,
See,
it's
you're already
no,
making a
it's
face.
Whoa! No,
Yeah,
it's
those
hard.
slips are all tight together.
Tight slips. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. It sounds really hard to do. It's hard.
Don't you think though, like one summer of doing that, like every weekend or every other day, you at that point would have figured it out.
I
Like
don't know,
how long does it take to figure out how to get that boat in and
I
out?
don't know. You're down there in Tokitoke Bay there having your Bitcoin bash.
It's just so funny. Like whenever
Here comes the keggers.
whenever boating comes up, he pops off like a firework. I take so much skill. Only sometimes the people can handle a boat. A Coast Guard and maritime law.
Yeah, you got to know maritime law.
Shut up, bro. The
You
last
make up maritime law.
I don't even know if maritime law is a thing.
It is.
Look,
There's maritime. There's courts. You have maritime
court?
Yes.
Yeah, did they play pickleball on it?
Yeah, probably.
Look, this summer and the last couple of summers have shown us maybe what you're saying about how complicated boat operation is isn't true. It's not true because these people have these boat subscriptions and they don't have boating experience and they're out there having a good time and we haven't heard anything bad about it. And they're
right.
booked up all the time. So I mean, you're not special, I think is what it is.
I'm gonna hold my breath till August.
Okay.
Because we're just getting big boating is coming up.
Oh, big boating.
4th of July.
We're not in Kimmy. We're not in big boating, even though we've had multiple 4th of Julys with this
been
boating
super
subscription.
hot. I'm assuming it's been
This is
kinda
going to be
busy.
off the charts this year.
Oh, it's a big 4th of July.
Yeah.
Yeah. Special one.
Mm-hmm. Boating's back, baby.
Here's my question. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you think the average person is intimidated by getting into the driver's seat of a boat?
I
hope
would be,
so.
yeah.
If you've never done it,
Yeah.
and somebody throws you the keys, hey, you're driving.
You say you would be intimidated, Kimmy?
Yeah, especially as a first timer. Like I'd be worried, especially if it's busy and there are other people watching me.
Okay.
Get in and out. I'd be more self-conscious, I guess, would be the better way to put it.
It's like driving a car.
No.
Is there a steering wheel?
Nothing
Is there
like
a
a
steering
car.
wheel?
Nothing.
Okay, wait. How do I turn it, though?
So you had to
do
turn
I-
it in the opposite direction you want to go.
It's not a fighter jet, you idiot.
So one of the things my old man used to panic about, and he had nice boats, so he had a slip at a marina that was his. So one thing like people like to do when they're just hanging out at a marina is watch people dock.
Okay.
It's just kind of almost like a sport. Like you're
Yeah.
hoping the guy's going to ding it up. So you would get like a small gallery of people, like 8 to 10 people that are just hanging out as you see somebody pulling in. My old man would panic, and the
Yeah.
look on his face was priceless because he had to like pull it up and he had to back the boat into the slip.
Yeah.
And he would lose his effing mind almost every time. And he knew people were watching his ass.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
There's always an audience. There's always
Right.
at least a handful of people around watching you do it, and I think that's where the fear factor comes in.
I was on Weeze's boat. We went to lunch, and he had a big tub.
Okay.
55-footer. That's big for this lake. We pull into the marina. There's a drunk guy sitting on a folding chair. He's just hanging out. He looks like a marina bum. And he's got like a 40 in his hand. He's just that guy. Like he just hangs out there in the sun, and he's laughing his ass off. And we can't figure out why. He goes, hey, you pulled in. You snapped your light off. Like he didn't.
Oh,
he
jeez.
waited till we got off and to laugh at him for snapping the light off. And now he's in a panic because he has to go home and tell his wife he probably just did about $600 of damage on one freaking light bulb.
Okay, but is it also possible that all the guys you knew that had boats are idiots?
Mm-hmm.
Well, most guys are idiots.
I don't know. There are responsible men and women who go out and they have their boats and they take care of them and they follow everything to a T. I mean, I don't think.
Oh, there are responsible boat guys.
I don't think Breezy's that person, but the fact that she
But
has
there
been-
also party boat guy. And party boat guy isn't that buttoned up.
How do you know?
Because they're partying.
So what? You can be part. You can have a
No, you
buttoned
can't.
up party.
No, you
Where
can't. There's no such thing as a buttoned-up party.
Welcome
That's
to
a
my-
non-party. That's a church group.
252 WCMF. We're talking about a story this week. Talks about the boat subscription services that have shown up the last couple of years and how popular they've become. They're like pretty much booked out completely. And we first learned about this a couple summers ago. Breezy, who works on PXY, got this as a gift, and she's done it every summer since she's had it. And Tommy likes to sit here like other boat owners and claim that, boating is a responsibility and only a certain type of person.
She's probably got too much boat for that girl.
But she's been doing it the last 3 summers. She goes out like every single day.
I know. I see the updates.
Look, maybe working a boat isn't as hard as we thought. Maybe people aren't as intimidated getting into the captain's seat as we thought.
Okay.
Joe writes us on Twitter. He says there's a marina he knows. It's $3,000 to join. It includes teaching you how to drive, and you can rent a boat in multiple locations across the country.
Jesus.
And then there's a monthly fee, but he said that also includes fuel and insurance. That doesn't sound like a bad deal,
No.
If you're gonna
you
use it.
yeah.
right? I mean, because owning a boat is very expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not going to use it all year.
So you would be intimidated getting in the captain's seat of a boat.
Yeah, I'm more of a person that just likes to be along for the ride.
You think you still got it?
No.
Oh, you're a scared bitch too?
No. So the last time I drove a boat was my brother's boat 8 years ago.
Man, how'd
Damn.
that go?
It was all right.
Yeah, did you do okay?
We were already out in the water.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you didn't have to dock it, get it out
No.
or anything. So you're a big old sister.
I don't think he would let me dock it.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Yeah.
See, I feel like people, Kimmy, that were in an exclusive club are now a little bit pissed off.
Well, because it's
Oh,
everybody.
Because they've opened it up to anybody.
Well,
who
it was a
wants to
rich
try.
man's game at one point.
That's what I
owning a
mean.
boat.
Yeah.
Right? Like, look, I mean, golfers who belong to a country club.
That was a rich man's sport at one time. You had to be like a dentist or a doctor.
And then all of a sudden you started having these,
Public courses exploded around the country.
and then you would have these guys, country club folks have guests for a day. And here's my place. They don't understand the policy. Blah, 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 blah. When things become less exclusive, it makes you look less cool. And that's, Kimmy, what this feels like right now with the boating community. Am I wrong?
Well, you got these junk ass cheap boats out here banging
Too
around.
many people out here.
Junk ass cheap boats. Would it? You know what's going to piss you off when that rental boat is nicer than the boat that you
Yeah.
actually paid for, right? We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Rick writes us. I don't see the problem. It helps everybody. These boat businesses make money. People who can't get or afford their own boat get out on the water, and there are more people spending time in places like Canandaigua, Sodus, Webster, and Irondequoit, spending money in those areas. It's a win all the way around.
But these smaller lakes are getting crowded. They're packing them in
what
there,
are you,
man.
What are you, Joey Palladino? Lake's
Lake's
full.
Okay. He's right.
No, what do you mean they're getting crowded?
Because these lakes are smaller. These smaller
Small
lakes are
man,
getting
little
they're getting really
lakes,
tight.
Itty bitty lakes, man. Look, I think Rick makes a great point in his Facebook message. Think all the extra money that's getting poured into these tiny water
Yeah.
communities.
And they spend money, you're right.
Right, and they're boat subscribers, right? Like, even if you're going out for the day, you need provisions. Maybe you're grabbing a meal when you're there.
Yeah.
You could be spending the night somewhere.
Gas.
All
oh,
of
yeah.
that helps the local economy.
The insurance, the ambulance driver, the guy who's going to tow your boat out.
I am surprised that this is still a thing with that. So next year, all operators of motorized watercraft in the state will have to complete a state approved
Certified.
Yeah, boaters course, right? So like now it's up to a certain age. Next year it's everybody.
Yeah.
So am I going to have to go through that before I
Sounds like it.
do this boat rental service?
Are you gonna do it?
Probably.
That's so
I would
you,
assume
man.
that's
That ain't
included.
my style. I'm not a
Your,
boat guy.
your wife loves the water. Didn't you take a sailing course?
Your dad's got a boat, right?
we went
Yeah,
sailing
your old
one time.
man's got a boat.
Yeah, he's got that.
You gonna let your old man have a boat? You ain't got a boat.
Is your dad
No.
responsible boat owner, or is he party on the water guy?
Well, let's think here.
Let
Let's
me
think.
see. Let's look at the long history of
Like,
the Duffy household and how he
I
treated things.
I'm very thankful that my dad does not have a boat.
How does your dad's got a mustache for
but
the boat?
he
Yes.
also doesn't want to take care of a boat, and I know that's the only thing preventing him from not having a boat.
Because her old man is that kind of guy, It's either stop or we're running wide open.
Yes, and I would constantly be saying, please slow down, please slow down.
It does make me nervous being in boats with most of the people I know that own
Because
boats.
they throttle it up.
Yeah, I don't like it. No, but you ask if my dad was a responsible boat owner. Let me put it this way: from like age 12 until I moved out of my parents' house, the boat permanently lived on the side of the house, open in the top. So that shit
Was it at least
you-
on a trailer?
Yeah, it was on a trailer. All the tires were flat,
Yeah.
and it was rusting. But other than that,
Yeah.
it was in pretty good shape. No, man, I have no interest in being on the water.
No, but your wife is, and she's a doctor. I'm thinking at some point you're going to get a tub.
No, there's no way. We're not getting a boat. Not a boat guy. Well, what do I have time to go on a boat?
You will as you're going to be empty nesters here in a short time.
Again, but it's something that he would have to maintain and take care of.
I'm right here.
Well, you even
you do the
admit
rental
that's
thing.
not something that you enjoy doing.
You don't think your wife wants to get dressed up, get out on the boat for the day, nice meal out on the water?
You know what he's doing? He's trying to encourage me to get a boat.
Yes.
Because he thinks I'm going to take him on my boat.
You got to.
No, you're not. Can you know?
I'll bring the booze. Booze cruise.
Booze cruise. I can't have it.
Shooters.
According to you, I have to be responsible.
No,
boat
you do.
owner.
I don't have to do a damn thing.
That's what I mean. I'll bring the booze for you to watch me
Yeah.
drink. You're just going to bring a bottle of what you
Yeah.
drink and then take it home after like a bum, like a marina bum. You even have a very nautical outfit on.
Thank
you do.
Thank you.
Right? Yeah.
It's my summer look.
No, I heard it. That's a seaman shirt, right?
Yes, but yeah, it's full of seaman style.
Speaking of full of seamen.
Yeah, style.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. There's a situation that we have to alert you to that went down over the weekend in Victor.
What happened, man?
I don't know what you were supposed to do if you stumble upon this in this place at this time. This has to be a misunderstanding.
Somebody get hurt?
Nobody's hurt. Nobody's hurt. But,
Arrested?
arrested, definitely.
All right.
Somebody is definitely arrested. There has to be an explanation for this.
Okay.
There has to be. Just based on how everything ended up playing out.
Wow.
And if there's not an explanation for this, dear God, man.
Oh.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Second one in a week.
What's that?
Could it be an epidemic?
Oh.
The last thing you'd expect to see in what might be the nicest sporting goods store in all the state of New York is what this man was accused of doing all by himself.
That is not good.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7:45, AI, artificial intelligence.
I hear it's bad.
It's been a big discussion the last couple of months. And folks, they're scared. They're scared not only for their safety, they're scared for their jobs. They're scared for what creativity could look like when AI takes over.
It could bring down civilization.
Well, it looks like at least humanity has won this battle.
Okay.
Now that this major corporation is turning away from what they thought was going to revolutionize their business. We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from the Dick's House of Sport in Victor.
That's that big fancy one.
It's gorgeous inside.
Outside, it's got all that stuff.
You got the turf out there. You got the rock wall on the inside. They put up a hockey rink in the wintertime. They got batting cages to test out baseball bats.
It's amazing.
They got like a golf simulator in there. It's great. It's great. Now, this went down Saturday afternoon.
What happened?
Well, you know the place was slammed at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Authorities say a customer spotted a 73-year-old man.
No.
Cranking one out.
No. I didn't think it would go that far.
Oh, my
I'm not
God.
done. I'm not done.
Oh, no.
In the golf aisle at Dick's.
In the golf aisle?
In the golf aisle. Now,
of all places?
I knew
He really likes golf.
I knew those new golf gloves were soft, but I had no idea.
So he is stroking out.
Yep.
Right in the aisle.
He was way over par. Yes, according to the allegations, a customer spotted a 73-year-old man pleasuring himself in the golf aisle at Dick's. Now, those are all the details we have in the story. Not that you'd want more details about a 73-year-old public penis.
I do wonder if he was inspired to do this in the golf aisle, if he purposely chose the golf aisle, or if this just was a spur-of-the-moment thing, like, hey, nobody's around. Or maybe there were people around.
There was at least one person around because he was caught, according to police. The 73-year-old was arrested. He was charged with public lewdness. He has a Victortown court date coming up. So before we dive deeper into this story, this isn't the first dong out in the store we've seen in the last 7 days. Lest we not forget, a man in his 30s is accused last week of exposing himself after being accused of shoplifting at the Pittsford Wegmans.
Oh, yeah, he hung some brain,
You could argue right now we're going through an epidemic, if you will. But this story in Victor, the allegations here, it seems different than the story we saw in Pittsford.
Well, because one was just a display.
Yes.
The other one, it was in full action.
Pleasuring himself.
Right.
And the police report actually uses a term for pleasuring himself that we cannot use on the air.
Oh.
Wait, they actually put the dirty word in there?
Oh, yeah, they did.
Did they really?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Was it the J word or the...
It was the M word.
Okay.
The technical term. We can't say that.
I thought
they really
Well, I mean, maybe the cop said that when he got there. I don't know. I wasn't there. So, there are some questions I think we need to ask about this story. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. First question, and I think Kimmy touched on this.
Grandpa Spray Park?
Was this a planned event?
Yeah, why the golf section?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, like, what are
Was
you...
he looking at something across the way? I mean, just because he was there doesn't mean that's what was motivating him.
Okay, yeah, I guess, right?
Wait, that gives you the ooh?
No, I said that's true.
Oh.
Ooh.
No, like, I guess to your point, maybe it was just
He could have been looking at some woman.
Okay, but, like, look, I mean, I guess if you had to do the damn thing in that moment, there is a bathroom inside that Dick's. And public bathroom cranking is not something we are here to encourage, but it would keep you from getting
better option.
But at his age, what if he's on meds? You don't know where he's at.
I mean,
he could have dementia.
I guess that's possible, but the fact that he was arrested and charged, I don't know. We just have the allegations here, right? And look, I'm with you. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, and we'll get to that in a second. But the second question we need to bring up here.
What's that?
73?
Yeah.
That's not an age you suspect.
No.
I mean,
it's not an age you start, you would think.
From both a societal standpoint and from a physical standpoint,
yes.
Like you have that kind old man image, a 73-year-old man in the golf aisle at Dick's.
Yeah.
And I was also under the impression a guy of that age would most likely need a little help.
Well, he could have popped a pill before,
But why would you
then
pop
it was a planned event.
Yes, I mean, if you popped a pill and then all of a sudden you're like,
if he's on Cialis, you take it every day, so it's always in your system.
Okay.
Viagra you take an hour before you go to Dick's.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Or he could still be in great shape where he still can maintain at that age without any help. I mean, some guys go long.
Look,
We don't know if this guy has a history of it either, right?
I mean, there's
Well,
no-
that would have shown up, right?
I mean, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. There is nothing in the story that he has a previous.
Right. It'd be
record of
weird,
doing
though.
this.
Like, this is the first time he's pulled the move at 73.
It could be the first time he got caught
Caught.
doing
True,
it.
yeah.
I mean, look.
But
if-
you picked the busiest day of the week
I mean,
at
maybe-
one of the busiest stores
That was
in
the
the mall.
challenge, right?
Look, like you said, you want to give the guy the benefit of the doubt that something went seriously wrong here, and this is not the type of person that he is. Because,
Right.
again, the idea that a man of that age would start doing what he's accused of doing in the middle of a busy sporting goods store is strange. But it's also naive to not understand that there are people who enjoy that scene,
Yes.
right? The public, the excitement.
The pervin.
Yeah.
I mean, it's straight up pervin.
And, I mean, it's not the first time we've seen people intentionally do stuff like this.
And
They're-
older
Yeah.
sets.
I mean, Kimmy, there was that guy that's been doing this since like the early 1980s that keeps showing up in the
Yeah.
news.
Oh,
every
yeah,
day.
yeah.
But no,
Trying to
but
figure
even,
out what to do with it. Was it Penyan?
even he wasn't pleasuring
Canada.
himself. He just kept taking it everywhere. It was
Right.
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
But he just kept taking it out.
Whipping
the,
it out.
The fact that he was actually doing the deed here
Yes.
is what separates this man from
Well,
all of the other
yes.
public
Right.
penises.
Yeah.
I will say this.
What?
If it was happening au naturel for him, no
Mm-hmm.
medication, yes, it's terrible. And yes, he should be punished.
Mm.
But also, good for him. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, it's very impressive at 73. He needs no assistance.
Yeah, not like in the store, good for
Right.
Yeah.
him. But like the fact that it would all still work, all natural. Like, give him
That's-
props where he deserves it.
Oh, yeah.
What's your secret? Well, how many setups were you doing a day where that thing could still get going in a business? Because I would even if something was exciting me in that scene, I would have a hard time, getting there just with everyone being around.
Without
It takes a
being
while.
paranoid.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm not even talking about taking it out. I'm
Mm.
you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, see, you made me go there. I'm sorry. I didn't want to go there.
I was like, how quickly could that happen too, where you'd be in and out fast? Like,
From
is
bone to stroke
yeah,
out?
like
No, I think from bone to done with the situation.
yeah.
Like if it's a par 4, how many strokes would it take to hit the hole?
For an old man?
Yeah.
Like,
It's in a hole.
like what window of time do you have?
Oh, yeah. You got to pump way harder as you get older. You just do.
It's like an old
I
oil
didn't-
well, Kimmy. It's almost dry.
No, it's like,
saying- so
it's
you're
like
oh,
those
no,
old.
there's still some down in there.
So you're saying it would take much longer on top of that?
Oh, yeah. Because
Okay.
you just have age
So,
just
like,
to get
that-
everything
So it just
out.
increases the risk of this whole situation.
Sure. Yeah.
Like that's a real thing. You got to go harder as you get older.
Well, it just takes longer.
Okay, it does. I would think it was the
Like, just to, play with yourself?
yeah.
Yeah, it takes longer.
Oh, so like, do you have to block out like an afternoon? Like, how does that work?
I wouldn't schedule anything.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're telling you a story that happened at the Dick's House of Sport in Victor Saturday afternoon. According to police, a 73-year-old man was caught pleasuring himself in the golf aisle at Dick's. It says a witness told somebody he was arrested. Those are all the details that we have. Again, I don't know how much more you would want to know. And even if, if we had more details, all we're getting is like grip and stance.
Right.
And I'm not talking his golf game, buddy. Is there any way that this woman, because it was a woman in the story,
That saw.
that
Okay.
witnessed what happened?
Yeah.
Is there any way she was mistaken?
I'm gonna say no.
Well, no, because if
they
she
could
saw-
probably check the security footage, right?
And if he had it out where she
Yeah.
could see it, there's no mistake.
Look, I'm not calling this woman a liar, but these are serious charges. And
But,
you want
but
to
to
make
your
sure
ruined
point,
this
it
guy's life
wasn't.
for sure, yeah.
It wasn't like he just had it out. Like there was an act involved, and I
Right.
would think like that would be harder to mistake.
yeah, but I think you have an image in your head of what that is, and I wonder what the law definition of that is.
Of what the actual act is?
Yeah.
Well,
It's
it's
like,
pretty-
look, man. No, I mean, look. There are some where it's unmistakable, where you're just going
Yeah,
to town.
right.
on
I mean,
yourself,
it's
right?
out, it's in your hand.
Yeah.
I mean, he was charged with public lewdness, so it
Yeah.
must have been out. But
So there was exposure.
it says public lewdness, but maybe do you get public lewdness for like doing it in your pants?
Oh, I see.
Like,
what you're
listen,
I don't
was-
think it would be. Well, I think it'd be tougher to prove.
It would,
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't. Like if I got loose pants on and I'm just, like,
But
you
you're
see
not
my
seeing
hand going
nothing.
back and forth. But
You're not
that's still,
seeing anything?
But that's still lewd.
Is it?
Kimmy, can we Google
What
the
if I was just itching myself?
Now we've looked up.
Over and over and over again.
Could you get in trouble for scratching yourself in a store? Going into your pants?
No, because you have to. You've never adjusted yourself when you're in.
I've never
out?
gone in the pants.
No, but like you have to like do something to kind of like move stuff around.
I've never gone my hand in pants in public to
I
adjust.
think I have. Sticky like daylight today.
In public?
When
Out,
you're
out in
sticky.
the open? Out in the
Well,
open?
I mean, like you would. I mean, you'd probably turn your back, but you'd probably sometimes you just Your balls get sticky.
No, but I've never gone in the pants because then what am I going to do? Go in my pants and then hand you my credit card to pay for something at the House of Sport?
Oh, you got an immune system.
Lewd. Crude and offensive in a sexual way.
Okay, so you're...
Itching your balls is not a sexual act.
Says who?
Says
But
anybody.
that's you claiming you're scratching your balls. I saw you playing with yourself.
But you didn't see anything because my penis is on.
Well, but again, it doesn't say anything about naked. Read it one more time, please.
Crude and offensive in a sexual way.
Look, if you saw someone with their hand in their pants walking around a public place, that is crude and offensive in a sexual way. You can make that argument. And again, I'm not defending this man. I am not his lawyer. It's just such an out of the question thing that maybe there is a different explanation. That's all I'm presenting. Although...
Don't you wonder, because whenever we talk about these stories, you got to figure, like, there's that person has family members and friends.
He's a big grandpa.
Yep.
Like, do they even try to defend it to their family members, or do you have to come clean at that point?
I'll go even further.
Right.
Because maybe you don't have to defend it, Kimmy.
What do you mean?
I'm going to present a scenario to Kimmy, and I'm sorry this is going to get weird for you, but I think we have to figure this out because you're the only woman in the room.
Okay.
Right.
Let's say, Kimmy, you get a phone call today.
Yeah.
And it's your dad, and he goes, hey, I've been arrested.
Yeah.
I need you to come bail me out. And you go, what did you do? And you go, we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. And you get down there, and they tell you that your dad was arrested for publicly pleasing himself inside the Dick's House of Sport. Okay. You're driving your dad home. He's in the passenger seat. Mm-hmm. Are you asking any questions?
Probably not, but I would just think if you were that person that was caught for it, you would try to explain yourself.
You think that your father...
Oh, my dad would talk. He would make that situation so awkward in a second trying to defend himself.
You think he'd try and defend himself?
Yes, 100%.
Would he do like bad dad jokes?
Yes. Like, I don't think, like, somebody that's caught for that is going to just say, well, you know, it happened. They're going to try to, like, say, I wasn't doing it. I was what?
Kimmy, I don't think you may. I think there are scenarios where you don't have that conversation because you don't want to know and they don't want to talk about it.
Well, if I don't ask questions, there will be family members that do, and you're going to have to try to explain it to people.
I also think you're overestimating that because we've seen in the past, maybe even some of our own families, where people do terrible things, and it just does not get talked about.
I don't know. That's a tough one, though.
But he's right. I mean, worse than this.
Way
there's like dead bodies involved, and
I guess you're right.
You know.
I mean, people will be in the room with that person who did that thing and comment on other people who did similar things and how terrible they are.
But I still can't imagine like picking up your dad, like even if like let's say I did it and I called you. Bro, you got to come help me out. You don't know what I'm in trouble for. And then you find out I'm sitting in a car. I got like stained up shorts on. I'm very relaxed for some reason. And I tell you the whole story.
Oh, no, I'm asking questions. I can ask questions.
But you'd be creeped out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be creeped out and making fun of you at the same time. Yeah, that would be a weird side-by-side.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know,
because I'm your dad's age.
Yeah, you are.
So, and I'm your dad's age. So, yeah.
I mean, look, me pre-kids, I got nothing but machine gun jokes.
Yeah,
on
we're
the way
having
home.
fun.
Well, no, but like now that I have a family,
now you can't be seen with him.
That's another
Definitely
great
can't
question.
be seen.
All right, so I get busted for the Dick's episode.
Yes.
And I'm back here Tuesday morning.
Because, I mean, you wouldn't lose your job over that, probably, right?
No,
I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like we would end up in the creep cap at the end of the week.
Oh, yeah. That'd be a whopper that week.
That would be too, I mean.
We're hanging out now, and I'm doing creepy jokes.
I think it would change your personality if you got caught for it.
It would change mine?
Yeah.
Nothing else has.
Well, I'm saying
like all the crap I've done.
Yeah, but you've never done anything close to this.
No.
No, that's
all alcohol related. All above board. State certified alcohol.
So that's what I mean. Like, I don't know.
All right, so let's say Kimmy's got to pick me up.
Why would you call Kimmy of all the people?
Because you're not picking up.
Oh, yeah.
And my wife is, I'm not calling my wife. I call Kimmy up. I'm sitting in the car now with Kimmy, stained up britches.
I don't think Kimmy's picking you up. And I wouldn't blame her if she
No, she doesn't know why.
Oh, okay. Still,
I don't say why.
That would make you the world's biggest ass. If you called Kimmy to
I don't
pick
say
you up
nothing.
and didn't tell her, and she finds out when she gets
No,
there.
but I
what
need
you
a
did.
ride. I can't show
Call
my
an
hand.
Uber, man. You can't show your hand. It's
Yeah.
what you showed in the first place that got you here. Kimmy, would you be upset if Tommy called you from jail, didn't tell you what he was arrested for, and it turns out it was this?
Yes, I'd be pissed.
Why?
You got to give me a heads up. I don't want to be like
So you wouldn't pick-
seen picking like I feel
Seen
like
picking
yes,
you up.
Yes,
Valid concern.
because
I'm
now
not
I'm
OJ,
attached.
man.
Now I'm attached to your.
No, you're
weird,
HJ.
It looks like I'm condoning it.
I mean, she's not wrong.
So all right. So
Think, I mean, you saw the purple walk Justin Timberlake had to do yesterday. Think about if Tommy Muley was arrested for something like this. All the cameras, the British tabloids would have a field day.
And I
So-
also like I don't know like who else denied or, like who refused to come pick you up where I just showed up without knowing anything like
So if I called you up and I said, "This is what happened.
yeah.
Can you come pick me up?" You wouldn't come pick me up.
Find somebody else. Man.
See, so I'm not saying nothing until I get in the car.
That makes
And
sense.
I'm not saying anything until we pull into my driveway, sucker.
And then like run out of the car.
Well, I can't run in my condition right now. I'm very tired.
252
My
WCMF.
thigh is sticky.
252-9263. Again, we're talking about a 73-year-old man that was arrested for allegedly pleasuring himself in the golf aisle at Dick's on Saturday afternoon out in Victor. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frank, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. You know, I had prostate cancer about 12 years ago, and I still have remnants of it. I have to wear pads. So when I'm out anywhere, I have to change my pads every couple hours or I pee
Okay.
all over stuff. So it's, you know, you accept things like that, you
Yeah.
know, when you're older. It's not anything to, you know, that you want people, everybody knowing about. I don't care. I'm an open book myself. It doesn't matter to me what people think very much, but you know, you have to. I have to be careful where I go out to ball games or whatever. I have to know where the John is so that I can change my pads every couple hours.
Okay.
Now it might be embarrassing to most people, but when you survive cancer, it's just a minor thing.
You know, Frank brings up a good point. Like, if look, and again, I'm not defending this guy. It's very possible that the allegations may be true, right?
Yeah.
But like, if this guy has something he's embarrassed about, was caught doing something like what they thought was this, and the other thing is even he doesn't want to explain himself. I mean, that's also a possibility. Frank, you're not wrong.
At
there.
that age, yeah.
No, it's you know, it's embarrassing sometimes, like when I'm out with the guys or something, or couples or whatever, and I have to get up, excuse myself, and go to the John and change my pants.
See, I couldn't.
But
At that
you
point,
know,
I
and
wouldn't
I don't
go.
care really who knows about it. I'm alive, man. You know, I've survived cancer.
Amen.
It's impressive. But I wouldn't go out.
Amen to that. You know, so it's, you know, if I see somebody adjusting something, it doesn't matter to me much
Okay.
at all.
All right. It's a good way to look at it, Frank.
Wait till your young audience gets older.
You're making it sound so sweet, Frank.
Happy Wednesday, everybody.
You accept a lot more when you get older because you know what everybody's been through. 7 out of 10 men will get prostate cancer in their lifetime. So it's, you know, you have to learn to deal with things like that. And it's not easy at first, but you learn to deal with it. So, hey, I'm a happy man.
Hey, 7 out of 10 get cancer. How can you not be happy?
didn't think that-
Wearing a diaper.
I didn't think
Wet
this break
yourself
would
at
go
the
there.
cocktail party. Sounds like a dream come true.
Well, Frank, we're happy you're still here, buddy. Keep on keeping on. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, they never show you those guys at the
buddy.
nursing home ads, right? They're always at the bar or eating a big piece of cake or going off to the little
Not showing
theater.
them changing their pants.
Yeah. Come join us at the Villages.
You know, I find it funny.
What?
You said you wouldn't go out.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
You have so many outdoor clothes. There's no way you wouldn't go out.
I would stay home.
You would love an outfit change. Like you would actually look forward to that.
He's like Cher at the
Oh,
bar.
I just wet myself. Frank, let's go to the bathroom together. We're going to be pee buddies.
All right, let's take a break. People are scared of what they don't understand.
Sure.
People are scared of new things.
They're
look,
ignorant.
there may be a reason to be afraid of this.
Oh,
But it turns out that right now,
Yeah.
there is no reason.
all right, be cool.
Well, yeah, because if it can't even do the job of like a 16-year-old kid,
Yeah.
it's not going to take over the world anytime soon.
Okay.
We'll get into it. What one major corporation is bailing on. Next, here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Scary.
What happened?
People are scared of this thing.
Ooh.
They don't understand it. It's brand new. And look, there could be a time.
Could be a time.
Thank you. Not too long from now, where we should legitimately fear this thing. But if it right now can't do the job of a 16-year-old kid,
Okay.
maybe at the moment we're overreacting. You're hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, a little hate.
Yep. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. There is a woman who was very upset with the idea that there are some family members you don't want having unfettered access to your child.
Yeah.
And we'll recap the story. A gentleman who's in some serious trouble that came up 2 weeks ago, and she's going to tell us why. Our take is the reason. America is the way it is today. And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, McDonald's announced they will no longer be using their artificial intelligence drive-through program.
So, no good, huh?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, McDonald's started using these AI drive-thrus. So you would walk up, and the computer would take your order and send it into the back for you, and that was that. Not a human being in sight to take your order. When it was rolled out in February, customers immediately said there were massive issues with it. And there's actually one very funny viral video where someone is trying to order ice cream, and the AI keeps trying to put bacon on it. So the restaurant said that it was put out there to speed up the drive-thru experience. But let's be real, it was there to save money on employees, right? Turns out, though, the AI cost McDonald's more than it would have to staff that window with an actual human being.
Took a little bit longer than they thought.
You got it. So, first battle against AI, win for the humans?
I guess so.
Take that, Terminator.
I also wonder, is it the technology, or is it a testament to how difficult people can be when they order food?
Ooh, good question. No,
Because
right.
I have seen people make very difficult and unique requests for the most basic fast food places.
Yeah, no, that's a very
and I
good question.
do wonder, if it just wasn't even programmed to handle that kind of difficulty.
Okay, I understand.
And it makes
where
me
you're
feel
coming
bad for the kids working the counter.
Well, yeah, you're right, because they're just getting whatever the computer told them.
I would like the Big Mac, but no burgers, just pickles and cheese. Thank you.
No, that's a really good question. What is weird about this story, to your point, Kimmy, is other restaurants, Tommy, have had success rolling this out.
I mean, there's don't we have it here? Doesn't the story have a robot that takes your order?
All right, let's stop. Let's stop right now. Let's explain robot versus AI.
It's the same thing.
Yeah,
No,
no,
it's
robot's
not.
different.
No. Robot at the distillery.
Ain't there AI in the robot?
Not this one in particular. I don't think so.
Right.
I think it was just made to bring you your food.
You have to tell the robot where to go.
Yeah.
If the robot had artificial intelligence, it would be able to do everything on its own without us helping. This is a computer program that is dealing with human beings, taking in the information, processing it all by itself, and then sending it back like it's someone working at the counter. With the robot at the distillery, you put the food on it, you tell it go to table 4, and that's where it goes, and it comes back. It's not going to listen to you.
I thought you gave it at the order.
That's what I just said.
All right. No, I talked to the robot.
I think you put it in a pad,
screen
right?
or something.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is not.
It doesn't seem like a big step, but okay.
You don't see the difference between having a
really.
conversation and putting something in an iPad?
It seems like it could do both. I mean, it kind of seems like computers do all this stuff anyway.
Says man who hasn't had a computer in front of him at work in 2 decades.
No, but the phone knows my face. I auto pay.
knows my face.
I tell the phone, hey, give me this. It shows up. I mean, it seems like this technology should have been all ironed out.
No, I know.
But even the facial recognition, I know a girl who her sister can open her phone because their face, they
their
have
family.
similar face features and stuff.
If
so
I have my CPAP plug mask in my nose, I can't open my phone with it. It's still me. It's just my nose is slightly a little higher, and it won't let me do it.
Oh, wow.
But, bro, how many text messages have you sent me trying to do talk-to-text where it, tells me a complete opposite
Well, that's more
thing?
me.
No, I'm saying,
Yeah.
But, going back to the other restaurants having success with this, Panera, for example, rolled out a similar program a year ago, and as far as we know, that thing's
So they
still
got the
kicking.
good one.
But McDonald's, I think, partnered with IBM.
How can McDonald's with all that money not get the best?
That's what's weird about it.
Maybe
Unless
they
McDonald's
did.
has so much volume compared to other restaurants that it just couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because there's been a lot of fear when it comes to artificial intelligence and the way that it gets rolled out.
All right.
For example, right now, if you go to Google and you just use it the way that it's set up, if you Google a question, it will give you an AI definition of what the answer to your question. It'll collect all of this data as fast as it can. It'll spit out, here is your answer.
Okay.
But sometimes the answer isn't always right. You can also have Google create AI images for you. But sometimes if you put in Viking from whatever year, it's not going to give you that. It'll give you something
quite accurate.
Exactly, right? Are people, Kimmy, too scared about something that isn't going to do what we think it's going to do?
Well, I think we definitely know it's not there yet, right?
But they keep scaring you with it, right? They're saying you got to be careful.
How much?
But they can't really tell me why I need to be afraid of it either.
Well,
I you know what I mean? They make
they fear that it's going to become smarter than the people that created it.
But
essentially,
doomsday,
right?
It's going to be evil or something bad's going to happen, but they don't say what.
Well, no, I can explain what the theory is.
Oh, well, thank you.
You just
Congress.
don't listen. It's happened. Congress, shut up. you don't. They give you the answer. You just don't listen.
Internet, computers. I'm just saying technology.
Where's the doom?
Again, we're talking about McDonald's bailing on their artificial intelligence drive-through program. After a few months, they said that it was actually costing them more money than it was to put somebody there.
It's an F-up.
Here's the idea.
Yeah. Right.
So we are all relying on the internet now.
Right.
Most jobs that we all have are relying on computers. Hell, our everyday life, like you just said with the phone.
It just makes things
cameras,
easier.
The idea is, to Kimmy's point, if the artificial intelligence realizes that it can communicate with each other and get smarter than us, well, then all of a sudden, everything that we rely on, our money, our cars, our homes, our jobs, is in control of a computer program that we created. That is the doomsday
So
scenario.
they would take over everything. You lock us all out.
Yes, if it wanted to. I mean, it can make demands.
Yeah.
That's the theory.
All right. They become a dictator.
Yes, I mean, it's essentially it's the Terminator movie.
But can't you just unplug the damn thing?
Well, then you still don't have access to any of your stuff.
Yeah.
I know, but we'll get it back.
How?
I don't know. The cloud. You go back to the cloud, get it all out the cloud.
Well, no, but I mean, then you talk about things like, those AI having access to, weapons. Missiles and nuclear bombs.
Oh, they would send the missiles.
Knows all the codes.
Yes, I mean, you don't forget, what was that Matthew Broderick movie from the early 80s?
War Games.
Yes, War Games. I mean, that was the idea behind War Games, right? Every movie from the 80s is what our future's going to be, between the Terminator and War Games. Even Ferris Bueller's Day Off, he used some AI stuff in there.
They did?
Well, remember he had
he faked the voices.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
To get their day off. That was pretty cool.
And he went to the computer and he changed all
How
the days.
cool is that?
I don't think that's AI. But the point I'm getting at is, look, I mean, if you go down this rabbit hole of what's capable, what it's capable of, there is.
I think we'll figure it out.
What do you think?
We figured out every other technology since the beginning of time where they tried to scare us saying, it could go down a bad road, blah, blah. They'll figure it out.
No, there's a story in the Cold War of one Russian soldier whose equipment malfunctioned. They thought that the United States, and this is a real story.
Yeah, 1983.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
They believed, based on the computer malfunction, that the United States had just launched nuclear missiles. And it was, what do they call that? Mutual destruction.
Yeah. So it was a war games exercise. The Russians thought
it wasn't
real.
a war game exercise.
Well, they thought it was real.
Yes. And this soldier, it was his responsibility to press this button to return nuclear fire, believing, and he goes, no, it's got to be a mistake. It's got to be a mistake. And him holding off on that
saved the Reagan administration.
It saved the world.
That dude was on the 1980 hockey team.
Couldn't save.
Do you believe it, Ivan? Yes.
Couldn't save a shot from Mike Ruzioni, but he could save the world.
Don't you wonder if, let's say, AI is learning from the conversations people are having with it, because you can chat with AI and stuff, what it thinks about humanity? Man, these people really love pornography, World War II, and beer.
Yeah.
Throw football in there too. And
I think it'd be right there.
And just the idea of the computer thinking, though, is still strange to me. It could
but your generation should really be comfortable with this. Mine, not so much.
Well, it's the idea.
Your kids should be nothing.
But it's the idea of what is artificial intelligence. Does it have a personality? Does it have a mind? I mean, if I interact with it, am I interacting with someone that can feel something? Am I interacting with a program that's just spurting out things it thinks I want to hear to keep me entertained, like a video game? What is it? Oh,
I don't know.
I mean, if we eventually get to a point where I can chat like it's a friend of mine, right?
But
Well,
for
you
people
can.
that
I
are
think you
lonely, it'd be
can.
great.
Well, yeah, but then am I?
But is that preventing your own personal growth, though?
Is it healthy?
Yeah.
I mean, if I form a bond with a machine that isn't an actual person, is that a good
I guess
thing?
it's
Is it a bad
yeah.
thing?
Well, if you're not out and about, but let's say you're a shut-in, you're a lonely person. You're
Yes.
never going to go out anyway. Now, at least you have some kind of outlet.
Yeah, but I'm not. I mean, I have an outlet, but
But that person would never go outside and seek friendship anyway.
okay.
Yeah.
So maybe
fair
you're
enough.
helping that person out, and maybe you're actually enriching that person's life to the point where maybe he feels enough confidence to get out and meet an actual person and make their life miserable. See, and it all comes around.
And that would be an argument for artificial intelligence.
Yes,
But again,
I embrace it.
if you use the slippery slope theory, well, then what if we live in a world where it's easier to make that connection instead of going out and meeting people? Because even you have made the argument that kids these days, when we find out that they're having less sex than the generation before, are spending too much time on the TikTok.
Well, they're also horning.
Yeah. I mean, and that's not even artificial intelligence. I mean, we're going to get to a point, and we may already even be there, where you're going to be able to dirty talk or hear a computer voice tell you all kinds of dirty things.
Again, I think you can already
That's
do
what
that.
I mean.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean,
But the teen pregnancy rate went down?
yes, it did.
The STDs went down?
Yes, they did.
So, I mean, there was also benefits to this thing.
Okay. All right. It's just weird that it's not out of the realm of possibility that 50 years from now, we have a society where everybody is having conversations with artificial intelligence, and that's it.
But I like that 50 years from now when I'm not here, don't care.
Facebook message is coming in. We'll read this one real quick. Again, we started this conversation with McDonald's getting rid of artificial intelligence. Now we're talking about the end of the world. This comes in from Derek. Derek says, the most fascinating possibility for AI is saving you and your mind as a person for your grandkids, great-grandkids, and great-great-grandkids to get to know you after you've passed.
Okay. Most people shouldn't get to know their great-great-grandparents. I don't want to hear what came out of my great-great-great-grandfather from Sicily, his thoughts on things.
But
It would give you perspective.
I already got it. I don't need to hear
You're
it in
not
real
sure.
time.
You're not sure.
It can only be worse. It can't be better. Because you know my theory on immigrants, especially back then. They didn't send their top people over here first.
For God's sakes.
They
man.
didn't.
For
They did.
God's
You
sakes.
seen those pictures of Ellis Island.
That's not
I hope
true.
those were the best people.
That's not true. There are people that were doctors and lawyers and
That's
brilliant
what they
folks
all said.
fleeing bad situations.
I'm talking 1920s.
Oh, for God's sakes. For God's sakes.
2 chickens and an ugly wife.
talking about.
I don't want to. I don't want to
By
hear.
the way, that's what AI just took as your McDonald's order.
I don't want to hear those opinions.
All right, let's take a break. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Oh, we've already started hating.
Yeah. Well, you were hating on AI. No, you're not hating on AI.
I
No,
embrace technology.
you're- Well, this woman, I doubt will.
Oh, okay.
Well, because, we had to take, and I guess it's not progressive, that if you have some members of your family that you know are disasters, you shouldn't let them have access to your
No.
kid without you being there.
Right.
Right? I mean, and I think everybody has that type of person in their family. And we'll recap the story that brought us to that conclusion. But this woman heard our discussion, and she's furious. And the reason the world is the way it is today,
Oh,
because of people like us, Tommy.
what do we do?
I don't know. That's what she thinks. We'll read you the letter. We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are people, Tommy,
Yeah, what people?
they take their family very seriously.
Oh, yeah.
Those are their people, no matter what their background, what their potential future is. They will go to the mat defending and protecting them. And it seems this woman may be one of those people.
Oh.
Because despite the charges a man from our area is facing, which led to a question being asked in the break room, this woman says there is nothing this man could have done for him to deserve what happened.
Oh.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. And around 2 weeks ago, we told you about a 50-year-old man from our area who was arrested for, and I quote, sending vulgar and obscene texts to young family members.
Yeah.
We also know, according to the allegations, that he sent a text threatening physical harm to one of the kids, a minor. He was charged with endangering the welfare of a child, amongst other things.
Yeah.
He has an order of protection issued against him, bless you, and that seems like it's a good idea. So that story, Tommy, kicked off a conversation here in the room. Family members who you wouldn't want having unfettered access to your kid, right?
Stay away.
The aunts, uncles, cousins who, if they wanted your kid's cell phone number, you would need to come up with a reason why you can't give it to them. I mean, Kimmy, a direct line to kids, like we talked about, is something that our parents didn't have to worry about.
No. No, I mean, you'd have to call the house, right?
The idea that that crazy uncle or crazy aunt could text your kid at 10:30 at night.
Send them memes.
Oh, God.
Or even just connecting on social media, right? Like commenting.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And it seemed during the conversation, the answer from folks listening was a resounding, yeah, there should be members of your family that don't have that access.
Yeah.
It turns out there was one woman that heard that conversation, and she was not pleased. Because as far as she's concerned, when you're family, you can do no wrong.
Keep it tight.
Actual physical letter sent through the mail wanting us fired, telling us why your uncle is not the creep you think he is.
Right.
Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
This letter is in reference to the man who was arrested over the misunderstanding via text message with his family. I heard your station saying that every family member has family members you don't want having access to your kid. I almost crashed my car. I was getting so angry at your DJs and the people calling. To begin with, the man arrested should not have been arrested. I don't care what he texted. You keep family issues inside of the family. We've all said things we don't mean to people we love because of how much we love them or how hurt we are. Then, to hear how many people have family members they don't want around their children, it occurred to me in that moment why things have gotten so bad. It used to be you honored all of your family members and let them bring something into your life. Your aunts and uncles and grandparents and cousins gave you things to use in your life moving forward. Now that family doesn't matter, you can see in kids and young adults how far they've lost their way. And you can see in the good people that they have family they care about and will continue to honor. Sincerely, Julie.
Your family is family.
You must honor them.
You defend
All
the
of them.
family.
No matter what.
Yeah, you back the family.
Keep it in the family.
In theory, it sounds great. Vin Diesel would love it. Family is family.
Yeah.
But does it work in real life?
No.
No, of course not.
You don't even want to think about it?
No. Because blind faith is not a good thing.
Wait, even when it comes to your uncle or your aunt?
They can take you down faster than meth.
Okay, I think there's a difference between blind faith and what this woman is describing. Because she admits in this letter there are people that will do wrong things. But I think, if I'm remembering the quote correctly...
But you back them.
Well, yeah, because you will say and do things to the people you love because you care about them or because you're so hurt that that person would say those things.
Okay.
No?
Like defending your family at all costs. That's your brother. That's your father. You defend them.
Well, I think there's also a difference between defending and seeing them doing no wrong. Because you can defend someone knowing that they did something wrong. I mean, Julie's almost making the argument that there's nothing you can do that would keep a family member away from somebody.
Oh, no, there's so many things.
Well, you're also not the type of guy I would expect to stick around when things got hairy.
No. Why?
There are people that believe what Julie believes.
But I don't think that's a good way to live your life.
Okay.
And we know people that do that. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm amazed sometimes when I hear, like, parents defending their kids or their brothers or something.
Yeah.
You just know, like, you can't defend that. What is obvious.
I mean, I'm with you.
Right? And I would never let, if I had kids, or let's say right now I have a grandson.
Yep.
And let's say for some reason my father was still alive.
Yeah.
I would not let my father around that child.
Would you,
Period.
You say that?
Period.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you.
You're telling me.
I'm telling
But
you.
I'm telling you.
No.
would you even let that your grandkid around a younger version of you?
No.
Like if an uncle, let's say he had an uncle that was like you.
No.
You defend the drunko moves you made back in the day. Don't you sit here and pee on my leg.
Tell me
it's
rated.
rated. Sorry, I was doing my Judge Judy.
I think you have to proceed with caution, especially if you have kids. And it's not because like you necessarily think that a family member is going to hurt them in any way, but maybe it's just like, that family member has some weird ideas about things that I don't want them to have an influence on my kid.
That's
you know what
gotta
I
be
mean?
really common now.
Well,
Yeah,
like tempers and
Like as an
alcohol,
adult,
and political
you can,
views.
yeah.
Yes.
As an adult, you can sort through that, with an adult mind. But if I have kids, like maybe I'm a little bit more cautious of that family member.
Okay, so with all that being said, Julie's letter here. Julie is one of two people.
Yeah.
She's either one of these people who did something inappropriate and doesn't think she did anything wrong, which is why this would strike a chord with her.
Right.
Or she's the mother of someone who did something inappropriate and is desperately trying to hold her family together for the sake of Christmas pictures at Sears. Because there are only two types of people that would make the argument that Julie is making. Someone that doesn't want to think they did anything wrong, or someone who wants Uncle Jimmy to come to Thanksgiving despite the fact he gave a 13-year-old a beer last year and asked his date to take her top off.
Right.
Right? So whether or not you should shut out family members to kids in your life is subtle. I agree with that, right? It's insane to make an argument that no, right? The harder question
What's that?
isn't should you. The harder question is can you? Do you have it in you to have that conversation?
No, I think people just do it and hope that person doesn't notice.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Having the conversation with that individual person is hard enough.
Yeah.
But when you decide you're going to cut that family member out for your family's sake, for the safety or sanity or whatever,
Yeah.
you don't just have to have a conversation with that person. You're going to have to individually have a conversation with every single member of your family about why you did it. And some people will be receptive and understand, and other people not so much.
So like last year I went down to Florida to see my brother, and my wife and I took the stepkids down, her kids, my stepkids.
Thank you.
And they had never met my brother or my sister-in-law,
Okay.
and they're a handful
Your brother and sister-in-law.
all the way around, like what they think, what they do, everything, right? And I knew like these two groups did not jive.
Okay.
So we had multiple get-togethers with drinking and eating and stuff, and I lived in fear almost the entire time of what was going to be said. And then my niece came, and she was born and raised in Alabama.
That sounds wonderful.
Straight up, bro.
Wait, you talking pure uncut Bama?
She is pure Bama, and she's in the mix.
Okay.
And I'm like, and she's around the age of my stepdaughter. Like I just do like those two were on opposite ends, and I lived in fear. Like I couldn't relax the entire time. I got so drunk because I was just power drinking, hiding behind alcohol.
Okay.
Hopefully, my theory was if something blew up, and my wife goes, "Oh God, I don't remember. What they say? What
That's a
they
good
say?"
plan. But I'll ask you this,
Yeah.
because I see the fear in your face, and I understand.
I don't want to
think-
deal.
I think everyone listening understands that fear. Did something happen?
No,
Ah!
but not.
But they got the heads up at least.
I don't know, or they just worlds didn't collide that night. You know what I mean?
No, I
we
get
were
it.
playing bumper cars and nobody touched.
I get it. But the fact that you were that scared and all of those things came together
Yeah.
involved with alcohol
Yes.
and food on your brother and sister-in-law's home turf and nothing happened maybe speaks to what Julie's trying to say. I think
right.
she's insane, but
right.
I think it also goes back to what you said about your father because, having a conversation with your father saying you're not going near my grandson is one thing. But when you told your father that, he was going to tell your brothers, right? And you were then going to have that conversation with each of your brothers. Whoa, Dad, he's great because your brothers thought your father was an amazing father.
Oh yeah,
Right?
Like I would never bring my father around your daughters.
Thank you for that.
No, but because they're mixed race children.
Okay.
And the stuff that would come out of his mouth, thinking he's being funny and cute,
Yeah.
I'm not dealing with it, man.
I get it. But going back to the point I made earlier, look, man, I think we all have this idea that we're going to stand up and do the right thing, right? And we're going to protect our kids,
Yes.
and protect our family, and all that stuff. But when push comes to shove,
I know.
and you realize you have to have that conversation with your dad, and then have that conversation with your brothers, and then go back and talk to your wife about what happened there, I don't think you're going to do it. I think you're just going to let it happen and hope for the best.
This is why I always want to cancel plans.
Well, it's why Thanksgiving and Christmas
Suck.
It's the biggest anxiety days for most people in America.
I also feel like it's more complicated, like the further the separation is from that family member. Like maybe you are a little bit more comfortable having that conversation with a sibling as opposed to an aunt or uncle or cousin.
Yeah, you're
you know
right
what I
about
mean?
that. And each plays into it too. Again, we're talking about it's Hate Mail of the Week. A woman named Julie writes us a letter coming off a story we did last week. It was a man in his 50s who was arrested after police say he sent vulgar and obscene text messages to young family members. And the initial discussion was about that aunt, uncle, cousin, whomever that you don't want around your family, trying to cut them out, keep them away from your kids. And Julie writes and says, that's terrible. If it's family, they're family forever, and the police should not have even been called because you got to keep that stuff inside the family. And she's wrong. But in what she's saying, she's right, because we are too afraid of the blowback from stepping in and stopping it.
Yeah.
It becomes harder to do that than it is to actually protect our family. It's easier to have a conversation with a sibling that's around your age because your perspective may be closer.
Where you can relate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's that aunt or uncle, cousin that may be older, where they look at you as younger and more naive, and you don't know what I've been through, and you don't know what the family's like. And, this,
And,
that,
you know,
and
it
the
used to be acceptable in my day.
Exactly. You know, it's all this newfangled hooey-fooey AI stuff all over on the TikToks. Right? Like, that's the person that you're not going to be able to have that conversation with, because there's nothing you could say where
Right, yeah.
they're going to think you're right, they're wrong.
You're never going to have a productive conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul writes us on Instagram. Paul says, Julie is delusional. There's most certainly, quote, family members my brother and I keep our kids away from. Sanity is relative, but no relative of mine. Put that on a T-shirt.
All right.
Sell it at the rock shop.
Not bad.
All right, so I'll ask you this. Kimmy, do you have anyone in your life that you have cut out completely, family-wise?
I don't think so. Not where I had like a direct conversation saying like I don't want to be around this person anymore.
Okay.
I think like sometimes maybe it kind of just happens naturally in a way because you just never make it a point to see that person, you know what I mean? And vice versa.
Like, I mean, I know there's like fringe family members that you don't talk to anymore, but even the ones that you like are anxious about, you see on a pretty regular basis.
I do. Luckily for me at my age, nature has done the dirty work for me. So you
So
laugh,
you had to wait
but
this long is what you're saying?
I'm just saying, you know, when the older set takes a pass, they're off the list. You don't have to deal.
No, but here's what makes you an even bigger scumbag.
What?
Is you sit here and you say all the right things. And I appreciate the perspective you have, right? I mean, it shows growth that you've been able to, you know, these people that
Appreciate dead people.
No, you idiot. These people that raised you, you can take a step back after living life and realize, oh my God, this is not good.
Hey.
That being said, all of those family members that took a pass that you don't have to deal with anymore, you were nice to try and get money from after they died.
Yeah, and how'd that work out?
No, but that's what I mean. Like, you sit here and go, guys, you know, you gotta
I
be
played the game.
progressive. Yeah,
I was playing the long game.
Is that
Came
what-
up short.
Like, you still made them think you love them just to get a paycheck.
I know.
You piece of crap.
Well, man, never leave money on the table. And even if it's at your mama's dinner table.
There's also, if you decide that you're going to cut this person out, you also have to be prepared for the blowback from other family members.
Yeah,
Like it's
exactly.
not even like you're just cutting that person out because somebody may find it offensive that you did that in your family, or they may be on their side of things. Like why wouldn't you like this person, you know?
And it may not even come down to liking or disliking,
Yeah.
right? Like, I mean, look, there are, even if you're clearly in the right, to your point, there are family members who think you are overreacting.
Yeah.
There will be family members who will just plain stop liking you.
They'll
Yes.
cut you out because
But-
you did that?
Exactly.
But they can also break up you with somebody else. So, like, my sister was all in on one of my cousins. Thought she was great. And I kept going, she's using you.
Okay.
Oh.
She's using you. You're not at her level, even though you think you're like besties now. And she would get so pissed off, right? And then my cousin just cut her out like trash, right? And me being the soft, sensitive guy,
Yeah,
I'm like,
totally.
what did I tell you, man? What did I tell you?
You did a
you
victory
nothing,
lap?
and what'd you get out of it? Nothing. Which caused my sister to get pissed off at me and not talk
Yeah.
to me for a year. But
That's fair.
I had to take that victory lap, man. You know, it
You
was.
didn't have to.
No,
She's-
the Stanley Cup was
the
center
victory-
ice, and they were asking me to walk out and take it, and I had to hoist it up and go around the ring. I had to, man,
No,
because
the
like
win spoke for itself. You didn't have to do crap.
I'm not that cool of a person. Because like, she was so smug about it with her religion and stuff. I go, you're getting sucked in, man.
So what you're saying is you made her cut you out.
Yes, for me pointing out and then it coming true.
Let's take a break. Look, if you're going to run a scam, you need to make sure you get enough to make it worth it, but not so much that it becomes suspicious, right? And that is going to be the moral of the story, because there are two people who are in some serious trouble after taking advantage of what might be the scummiest way to run a scam.
Oh.
Because these people, these funds that they took, people desperately need them.
Yeah.
And they're not always easy to get. And the fact that this guy specifically was able to get all of this stuff after what authorities say was a massive lie.
Wow.
And why you would run this many things out there. We'll tell you the whole story next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. The only way you get in trouble for committing a crime is if you get caught.
Or you get busted.
As long as you keep a low profile, you don't do anything stupid, you got a shot to get away with it.
Be cool.
Also, don't get greedy. All of these tips, apparently not shared with the couple from our area we're about to talk about, because they went big.
Yeah, all right.
And really succeeded in ripping off one of the worst people to rip off, groups to rip off.
Oh.
And now, if these allegations are true, oh my God.
So what'd they pull?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:45. Yesterday, we found out overnight, we may have lost the greatest baseball player of all time.
I didn't know.
You didn't know what? That many consider him the greatest baseball player of all time?
No, I knew that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that he was still alive.
He's been out of the public eye for a while.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I would. If you would
you give me an opening. I'm going to keep taking it.
No, I'm just saying.
Like when you see tributes to this person, you think like maybe it's just a
anniversary.
Yeah.
It's weird with your family and its history
Yeah.
that you didn't know this guy was still alive. We'll get into it just after. Well, he's not alive now.
Yeah.
After 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
Come back with me.
Where are we going?
2016.
Wait, way back.
Yeah. A now 52-year-old man from our area in 2016 submitted disability claims to the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Okay.
And according to him, he had some serious issues.
Well, it happens, man.
He said he was suffering from, are you ready? PTSD, issues with his left hand, knee and ankle issues, cardiac issues, asthma, anxiety disorder, major depression, panic disorder, sleep apnea, hypertension, tinnitus, gout, and a traumatic brain injury.
Jesus.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 things he listed that disabled him. Obviously, this is a man that needs help.
Yeah.
And because of all the things he listed, the Veteran Services, they deemed him 100% disabled.
Yeah.
The man listed himself as married with 7 children.
Busy man.
And according to News 8, he collected, in the time between 2016 and today, almost $400,000
Christ.
from Veteran Services.
Jesus.
Now, that would be, Tommy, Veterans Affairs, excuse me. That would be a ton of money just there, $400,000. Yeah. But we're not done.
What happened?
His wife, who is now 32 years old, applied for cash through the VA Caregiver Support Program. She claimed her husband relied fully on her to feed, bathe, and dress him.
So they kind of pay her out too? She gets
to
the
take
benefit
care
for
of him.
helping him. Okay.
Yeah, okay. She was also approved for cash. She received over $200,000.
So they're up over 600,000.
Yeah, you got it. $647,000.
Jesus Christ.
And Tommy, look, here's the thing.
Yeah.
If this man developed all of those issues serving this country, he deserves these benefits. He earned these benefits.
Yeah, it's a miserable life.
You got it. There is just one small problem.
What's that?
Where do we start?
Right.
All right, first off, when the VA became suspicious when they started interviewing members of his Army unit. It turns out this man, who was 100% disabled, was never actually deployed into a combat zone.
So was he enlisted but never saw combat?
This is what it seems.
Okay.
Now, that's a little suspicious, but here's the thing. There are many ways you can be hurt even outside of a combat zone.
Sure.
Yes.
And it doesn't mean you don't deserve those benefits.
Right.
So it's not a slam dunk here.
Right.
Also, however, during those interviews with members of his Army unit, some of them shared with the VA that he's been making money remodeling bathrooms.
That's pretty good considering all his injuries.
And fixing roofs.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
With
He
all
can't-
those injuries.
He can't eat, bathe, or feed himself.
But man, can he get up a ladder?
So they started doing surveillance on him.
Okay.
Oh, no.
And prosecutors say they have video of this man walking, driving, climbing a ladder, and shoveling snow with, and I quote the story, no apparent difficulty.
So he fine.
Oh, it seems so. I'm not. Look, fine is a relative term.
Right.
He's not what he says he was.
Yes, because he basically saying he's completely disabled. He's an invalid.
Yeah.
That his wife has to do everything for him.
Yes. Now, because
Unless
of this,
there's roofs to be fixed.
now because of these allegations, this
man.
couple is in serious
Oh.
shiznit. Serious.
Yeah.
They've been charged with theft of government funds, making false statements, wire fraud, and you ready for this? Conspiracy to defraud the United States of America.
That's a big one.
Sounds bad.
Yeah.
Sounds really bad.
This sounds like a lot of prison time.
They each face up to 20 years in prison and a $250,000 fine per person.
Wow, so she does too?
Yeah, she also
Well,
ripped
she was
off the
involved
VA.
with this
Yeah.
scam.
Yes, I mean, if the allegations are true, she collected $200,000 knowing
Yeah.
that this man was not fully
Yeah.
disabled. So before we break this down any further, first off, thank goodness these people were caught.
Sure.
If you're stealing VA benefits from people who need them, if you
When you kind of did it in the other, did you say like that other veterans kind of alerted them
well,
to
they
this
interviewed
guy?
his
old army
his
buddy,
own-
saying,
Right.
They were like,
So
hey,
so
Yeah.
like you kind of pissed off the people that would benefit the most from this.
Yeah.
And you did it in front of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
And look, if you've had a loved one that has had to rely on the VA, right? You know it's not always the easiest walk in the park
It's not.
to get what you need.
Right.
So the fact that this guy, authorities say was ripping off the system, actually got his money.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That being said, why did this couple go so big?
Well, because, I mean,
Because it was coming in.
Okay.
And maybe
And,
they just thought nobody's going to question.
a veteran.
This guy's
I was thinking if
situation?
I'm already in the system as a veteran, and I do apply for veterans benefits, you might feel a little shielded
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the
because
problem.
it's not stolen valor. I mean, he did serve.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Everybody getting benefits from the VA would be a veteran. So it's not like you're like using a parking spot outside of a store where nobody's going to question you. They're going to do investigations. You would
Right.
think that if you're collecting
But
that
he was
much
so
money.
long, though. I mean, after a while, I think you get comfortable thinking like, man, they're never going to catch us because look, 2016 till now, they're sending me checks,
Okay,
nice checks.
But you would have to do it in the first place. You're right.
Yeah.
Once it's done,
I think you get kind of comfortable.
he claimed to be 100% disabled. Did he think they would just cut him a check and never check up on him ever
Maybe.
again?
Well, you might think I'm a small fish. You know, it's the federal government. They got way bigger guys to look at than me.
He's over
Or
half a-
maybe he just thought like if he could fake it if he had to, like not really knowing how they would check up on him.
Okay, but everybody knows how these investigators
Yes.
work, Tommy. I mean, I think everybody also knows someone
Maybe
that
he
has been
didn't.
caught.
I was amazed because we had a buddy that was pulling a little insurance.
I love how you looked over
I
both
know, I
shoulders
know.
like you're not on a camera right now.
But they got pinched at an event on a weekend. Like I was there, and there was somebody like in the
Yeah.
parking lot photographing
No
us,
kidding.
and they were claiming insurance, and yeah, they got busted.
I mean, like, if you're giving up that much cash,
But I thought like, man, they really follow everybody, man. Because I mean, it wasn't like big money, but they still put, like, to your point, they put a photographer and a PI out there watching them.
like, man, like, again, if we go down this list of the stuff that this man says he was being affected by, right? Again, we're talking about this couple starting back in 2016. A now 52-year-old man and his now 32-year-old wife filed for veterans assistance from Veterans Affairs. He claimed that he had PTSD, issues with his left hand, knee and ankle issues, cardiac issues, asthma, anxiety disorder, major depression, panic disorder, sleep apnea, hypertension, tinnitus, gout, and had a traumatic brain injury. They deemed him 100% disabled. So not only did he get almost $400,000 from the VA, his wife was given $200,000 in spousal benefits because she claimed she had to feed, bathe, and dress him, and he couldn't do that stuff himself. Turns out he was never deployed in a combat zone, which was a little suspicious according to his former Army group. Turns out they also told authorities that he had been fixing roofs and remodeling bathrooms. They followed him around. They caught him doing a bunch of stuff, they say, and now they're both in serious trouble.
Do we know what initially launched this investigation? Like, was it something somebody said, or did they just feel like, hey, that's a suspicious number, let's start to look into it? Because I do wonder if those other guys kind of knew what he was doing the whole time. It is amazing that if it didn't come from them.
I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe somebody dropped time on him.
Hold on,
Maybe-
but you have a laundry list that long of injuries
Yeah.
through the VA.
Yeah.
And which means, like, at some point they got to go, well, where's his medical records? Like, if he's had all that stuff
Yeah.
and he's been going to the VA, the hospital and stuff, somebody had to examine this guy and say he's got all this. Somebody had to sign off on this.
No, I understand. I mean,
Like, so that's probably where it probably started with paperwork
Okay.
going,
Yeah.
none of this adds up because all that stuff, you would have to be under a doctor's care constantly.
But wouldn't you think that would pop up sooner?
I would too, because like when we used to take my parents to the VA, like the first thing every time was paperwork.
Yeah.
Like you had to fill out everything, and if something wasn't right, man, they kick it back. So I don't know how they pulled this move.
Yeah,
That's
but I mean,
impressive.
think about this though, man.
Yeah.
Like with your parents, I mean, when they were going through that stuff, that was 30 years ago.
No, 20, yeah.
20 years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, think about the amount of veterans that have gone into the system since then.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
it just keeps getting bigger and
Oh,
bigger,
sure.
and more men and women.
Tougher to keep track of.
Yeah, need support, right? You know, the funniest part about this whole story, if there is a funny part here, to get away with this, all this man had to do was nothing.
I mean,
So it turns out he got all of his benefits starting in 2018. He applied in 2016. He got his benefits. So if the over $600,000 total that he and his wife got, according to prosecutors fraudulently, was coming in, it started 6 years ago. And if you do the math, between 6 years ago and today, that's a six-figure income annually for this couple, which is about double the average American salary. If this man...
Plus, he was doing other jobs.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All you had to do was nothing.
Yeah.
If you didn't leave
You're
the
right.
house, if when you were seen outside, your wife was pushing you in a wheelchair and feeding you at a restaurant, you were going to collect over a six-figure salary every single year. And I'm glad they got caught.
Yeah.
But how much money did you need?
Right.
they probably got into the lifestyle, right?
But all you have to do is put on a show when you leave the house. That's all you had to do.
But apparently, it's easy money.
Yeah.
So you start spending, having fun, and, you want to go out and live it up.
Okay, I guess. Well, now you ain't living it up anymore.
Yeah.
You're going to federal prison, bro.
Right.
You are going to federal prison. Right? If you're convicted of
And
what
with
they're
all his
And to your
injuries,
point,
it's going to be so hard.
You were doing tough jobs on top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roofing.
Like very
roofing,
physical
bathroom.
jobs. Yeah.
Damn.
So with that being said, it is Juneteenth today. Happy Juneteenth to everybody listening. We talked about this morning how, it always seems there's a local tie to history here in Rochester, right? The Major General who alerted the folks in Texas that the Civil War had officially ended and slavery is over from Rochester. And there are some guys that are so historical, they touch everybody.
Oh.
And I think you can make the argument that this ball player who we lost yesterday is one of those people.
Sure.
Which is why I am surprised by what you just shared with us. Especially your brothers, your dad.
Oh, yeah. My uncle. Yeah. Big time.
Yeah.
Saw him play. Sure.
Okay, we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. You want to talk about legend? This guy is the definition of
Oh,
a
yeah.
legend.
Yeah.
Such a legend that Tommy didn't think he was still alive.
Well, just because he would be so old.
Oh, no, like the
Yeah,
oldest,
he was
actually.
old.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. That's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock, sometimes you are doing things you don't realize you're doing. You're sending out a message you don't realize you're sending. And I found out over the weekend that something I had on was sending out a message that I did not want people to think about
what you were
me.
wearing?
Yeah, and it can't be true.
Well, you do wear things that tell a story.
Well, shut up.
Yeah, you go.
I wear things that tell a story.
Yeah.
What do I...
Half of your stuff has like sayings and logos, and this is back from some rap guy over
Some
here.
rap guy.
You got some old record label
What
on.
am I wearing that tells a story today?
You got a hat on with some goddamn thing on.
Oh, it's the Denver Elephants. It was one of the first Negro League
See,
baseball
here you go.
teams.
See, it tells a story.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that not a good story?
That's a great story.
Oh, what happened? All of a sudden, boop, boop. You want to talk? You want to talk to
Oh, how
me?
come you only wear it today?
I wear this 3 times a week.
I've
He's
never
worn
seen it
that
before.
Thank you.
Because I actually thought it was a Bill's hat initially.
I
It
did
looks like
too.
a standing buffalo.
A standing
from here.
buffalo on a green
I
diamond.
don't know if that was like a golf
No,
hat.
Denver Elephants. Google it.
All right.
And that transitions perfectly to who we're going to talk about here.
What's that?
Baseball legend Willie Mays died yesterday at the age of 93 years old. And you said he was old. You're right. He
Yeah.
was actually the oldest living baseball Hall of Famer.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
93
I would
years
think.
old. Yep. So you revealed to us coming in here
Mm-hmm.
that you thought he had already died.
I thought it was like the anniversary of, because I did see some say hey stuff this morning.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was kind of weird.
You thought it was like the anniversary of some
Yeah,
sports moment
yeah.
or something.
Or just, recognize it on this date. But I didn't realize he took a pass.
Yes, he did. So Willie Mays has been around so long. He started his career in the Negro Leagues.
Yeah.
Right? He was a first ballot Hall of Famer in 1979. He's ranked on a lot of lists, if not the second greatest baseball player ever. It's between him and Babe Ruth for a lot of old timers. And he was one of the first 2 co-stars in sports history, making a name for himself with both the New York baseball Giants and then going with them to San Francisco. Other fun fact that'll win you a bar bet, he is the godfather of Barry Bonds.
Okay.
Do you know that?
Wow.
I did not know that.
There you go.
Okay.
Here's what sucks for Willie Mays,
Right.
other than passing away, obviously. He started his career so early, people will never get to appreciate how good Willie Mays was.
Well, but he was one of the first guys where he had an iconic snapshot
The over
of that
the
catch.
basket catch, yeah.
That has to be one of the first, in the moment sports action photos you'd ever seen.
You're making a valid point.
Because usually when you see those old things, they're not really. It's just photos.
Yeah.
It's not like,
Yeah.
oh, this happened right then and there.
You're right. But how much footage of Willie Mays do you really see?
I can't. That's all I can think of.
That's what I mean, like,
And he's also not the top of the mind when you talk about the greats. A lot of times, the other guys kind of gloss over.
You
it.
think so?
Like DiMaggio.
Well, that's
like
Yankees bias.
like
Yeah.
the Mick.
Yankees bias.
But I'm just
Babe, Yankees bias.
yes, I understand that. But I think they overshadow him
Yeah.
playing in the same market.
Well, I think for a casual baseball fan, maybe.
As
As
think
I
of,
take smugly
But I
take
think
my
that's what he's
glasses
talking
off.
about, casual baseball.
but
fans.
yeah, all right.
you're
So
right.
all right. So think about great West Coast baseball players.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Sandy Koufax,
yeah.
first one. I don't think of Willie Mays.
No, I would have said Willie Mays had we not been already talking about Willie Mays.
All right.
I was only asking directions here to get away from you.
No, he is one of the icons.
No, I mean, he is arguably the icon. But, going back to the point we're just talking about here, right? Like, when it comes to DiMaggio and Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays and Babe
Jackie.
Ruth, Jackie Robinson, that's another great example. Although there's a lot of footage of Jackie Robinson just because of what he did.
Okay.
Like, what that represented. And it was, national news footage, not sports highlights. Because they didn't broadcast
Yeah.
all of the games or games period when he first started, you don't have those endless reels of highlights to show
No, you don't.
what an amazing ball player Willie Mays was.
Right.
And there was a time
It was a time when
Thank you. where old timers who love the game, like your brothers and your dad, would sit you down and tell you how great these guys were to give you some sort of perspective.
Yes.
But now those guys are dying too.
Right.
And at some point, with the exception of the basket catch video and a handful of other highlights, the greatness of Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle and Joe DiMaggio and Sandy Koufax and all those guys,
They're just names on a billboard.
It fades
in
away.
In
They-
a stadium.
they
Yeah.
become Honus Wagner.
Yeah.
They become Cy Young.
They're ghosts.
Yeah, names that you've heard before, Shoeless Joe Jackson, but you can't really appreciate how great they were.
Yeah.
It sucks. The only real consistent footage we have of Willie Mays, like on a daily basis, is when he played for the Mets, wrapping up his career, and that was heartbreaking to see.
Well, and in a lot of cases too, it's not like something you're gonna learn in history class
Yep.
or you know what I mean. Like it's that kind of like iconic sports history is stuff you have to go out of your way to know and learn. So once that kids don't see it, if it's out of sight, out of mind.
But
And
as a
you're
kid,
not, you didn't live through it, so it's not like you can really explain it to
so
them.
if you sat down your daughters today and say, "Hey, man, I want you to see this video, of Willie Mays," right?
Yeah.
And they see it and they say, "Oh, there's a couple other videos I want to look at."
Yeah.
One's Bo Jackson and one's Deion Sanders. They're going to look at that and go, "That guy wasn't that good."
You're right. You're
Well,
right.
these guys are phenomenal. This guy looks like it almost looks like a joke.
You're absolutely right.
I mean, so they wouldn't even be impressed with that video anymore because there's so many great highlights of better athletes, better conditioned athletes. The game's faster, they're stronger.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, you make a good point, too. Like, with these athletes that we're talking about, Babe and DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, again, talking about Willie Mays passes away yesterday at the age of 93. You're right. There is a story that has to come with the highlights. You
Right.
have to be there to explain context of things. Yeah,
Willie
that's-
Mays.
It's pretty. But the guy.
I know.
He might be the greatest ball player of all time.
Yeah, Deion pretty good.
Like,
I
how
know
much-
he's playing with the Falcons too. Look at Bo.
How much does that suck?
Yeah.
Like Willie Mays lives out the dream of every. He's there just at the right time.
But he had his moment. And I think you get your moment like these guys. They get their snapshot.
Okay, but it's not fair because
But about 100 years from now, who knows what the sports are going to look like and what those guys are going to look like compared to the we think Michael Jordan's like the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
There could be a guy 100 years from now that is so phenomenal that Jordan looks like prehistoric.
And there won't be people that grew up with Jordan defending.
They care,
Jordan.
Yeah,
care
okay.
about it.
But here's the thing. Here's the difference. Here's the difference. You're right. The game will change,
Yeah.
and people
It'll
will
get faster,
bigger,
bigger,
faster. I
stronger.
don't know how much faster it can't get.
Bro,
But
you
how
sound
many-
like my grandfather. I ain't taking the game as far as they can take.
Bodies are breaking now.
No,
No, but seriously.
look at the salaries. The common man can't. The stadiums will be empty.
No, human beings are breaking. They're breaking.
Hey, breaking. I watched the NHL last night. I didn't know breaking.
Watch the NHL last night. They know breaking.
I guess the one difference between, as great as athletes are now, how many you can say changed the sport?
Yeah.
Like one guy
A Tiger
changed
Woods.
the sport.
Yeah.
Like there aren't many guys that live on in history in that way.
No, you're right.
So in that sense, those guys will live on for a long time.
But I don't think Willie gets that
over
credit.
the course of baseball or football or whatever.
I will say this. And look, the arguments you're making, they're valid arguments. Again, talking about Willie Mays passing away at 93 yesterday, the oldest living pro baseball Hall of Famer. The best part about sports in the modern age, whether or not the game gets faster or better, and you're right, it probably will.
Yeah.
Every piece of greatness that we've witnessed in our lifetime, sports-wise, is saved forever.
Oh, it is.
You
Yeah.
will always
Oh, yeah.
get to appreciate the athletes and what they're doing today. Right?
See every angle of it.
Good and
Yeah.
bad.
No, well, I mean, you're right. Yes, you're right. But no, you even bring up every angle. Like, every pass Josh Allen has thrown, somewhere there are 10 angles
Yep.
of
Yeah.
that pass. Every snap he's ever taken exists 10 angles of that thing. And there's,
On people's phones, too. Think of that.
you're right about that.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Like, nobody.
It's endless.
Nobody in those stadiums, even when the games were being broadcast consistently in the early 60s, right?
They
That
don't
was
have
the
a
only
living
camera.
Yeah, they don't have their memory.
That's
Right.
it. So, say, hey, kid,
We're going to miss you.
you already thought you were missing. All right, you want people to believe you are what you are. You want to put out the right vibe because, God forbid, someone thinks that you're something you're not, and they bring something up, and it's like, whoa, 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 whoa,
Okay.
whoa, whoa, whoa. And that, it didn't happen to me, but I was warned about this.
Oh,
And by the
okay.
way, I think my buddy who told me this is a complete moron, and he's not right, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
We'll tell you the story. We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You're putting out a vibe every day.
Oh, yeah, you vibing?
How you speak.
Oh, yeah.
What you wear.
Your threads.
Sending signals to people around you, and you don't even realize it because it turns out something guys and gals could be wearing on their feet right now might be telling some folks that you and your partner are down for a little adventure, even though it's nothing you'd ever think of doing.
What do you mean adventure?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. You know, we talked yesterday about how it's the end of, like, we're coming into the sports dead zone.
Yeah.
Luckily for us, the NHL season will be at least one game longer.
All right.
But there was a revelation that was revealed that is making some sports fans nervous and angry.
What happened?
Well, it turns out that if these 4 major sports leagues wanted to, they could dictate how all of this goes, and nothing would happen to them. And I'll explain. We'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So Saturday, I'm out running around. My niece had a dance recital. My daughter had a birthday party she had to go to.
Right.
So we're running all over Greece. And in the process, at my niece's dance recital, I run into a friend of mine.
Okay.
Guy I know. My brother knows him, all this stuff. So we're laughing, having a good time. And I was wearing a pair of Vans sneakers. You're familiar with Vans.
No, I'm not.
They're the only pair of shoes from when you were a kid that are still popular.
Yeah, I have Vans on right now.
Those are Vans.
Okay. Very nice.
You don't know Vans?
Not really.
Okay, what a Pittsburgh ass bitch. Because you have shoes that look like Vans,
Yeah,
but they're
they-
more
yeah, they do
expensive
kinda
than
look-
Vans.
yeah.
And, I need to buy these.
Oh, you talking about upper van?
Upper van?
Yeah.
Your SUVs?
Yeah. So what happened?
So he looks at my shoes and he goes, oh, you're wearing Vans, huh?
What does that mean?
I don't know. I go, yeah, I'm wearing Vans. And he does the shoulder to shoulder
Yeah.
because we're in a school.
All right.
And he goes, you know that, like, people who wear Vans, like, that's like a code for being a swinger.
Wait, there is an
Really?
official swinger shoe?
I was unaware.
And I go, well, I thought he was, like, busting my balls. And
Yeah.
he's, like, insisting. He goes, no,
Is he making that up?
That's what I thought. I thought that. But he was...
So, like, you put these on when you're trolling for other couples.
This is what he tells me. This is what he
Okay.
tells me. And I go, bro, I've never heard that before. I've got a couple of
See a lot of Vans out there.
You're right. A lot of people banging other people's spouses, apparently.
Wow.
But, like, he started getting, like, frustrated
Yeah.
when I was making fun of him. He goes, no, it's a thing. I swear to God. So neither of you have heard this before.
No, I thought he was going to tell you, like, that's like a kid's shoe. Like, you shouldn't be wearing that at your age.
No, which I also struggle with. But no, like, it got to the point where I legitimately think, because I had never heard of this and I was playing it off like I never heard of it,
Right.
that he thought my wife and I might be swinging.
Like, if you were just plain dumb.
yes.
you know?
Yes. There's no way that's true, right?
I didn't think so. But then again, like, you do hear, like, these weird things that people claim signify swingers.
Okay, but, like, here's
And
the
it's
thing.
just like, how did somebody come up with that? So I guess I could understand that being a thing. I just never heard of that before.
All right, we'll get into those things, because you're right. There's a ton
Yeah.
of stuff, but those things are very unique things.
And
like,
you'd have to go out of your way to do those things most of the time.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
Vans, like you said, Kimmy, not only do people wear them all the time, they're very inexpensive. They go with everything. They're relatively comfy.
Yeah, you would
Yeah.
have to have something that would stand out as a code.
And something that not a lot of people do.
Yes.
Right? Because you
Bing.
don't want to make that mistake.
And it turns out that there are signals that are known apparently in this swinger community that may be more common than you think, and you might be unknowingly letting your friends and neighbors think you're into some kinky ass stuff. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now, I don't know how many people want to openly talk about being in the swinger lifestyle.
All right.
You can change your name if you want. But we do know when it comes to swinger signals, the most well-known, apparently, is the pineapple. Have you guys heard
it's
of
the
it?
upside down
Upside-down
pineapple. Right?
So
Which
tattoos
is-
of upside-down pineapples, upside-down
tattoos.
pineapples on
Like
people's
jewelry.
front steps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been a thing for years.
Which is very, again, it could also be one of those things that you're, maybe not the upside down pineapple, but I've seen like pineapple welcome signs and things
Okay.
like that.
Oh, it's welcome.
Where I guess if I had one of those, I would think, oh, shoot, have my neighbors thought differently of me this whole time?
No, they would come over and turn it over.
No, like if you saw something pineapple-y in somebody's front step.
But Timmy's point,
But it's
they're
very
pretty
common.
prevalent. Yeah.
So you would
Maybe
you-
not like the upside down
I don't think
one.
it would. I don't think it would register.
No?
No.
Tommy, did you know that garden gnomes are now a signal to let folks know
But,
swingers live here?
again, a lot of people have those.
Look it up. You can look
All
it up
right.
yourself. Garden gnomes arranged in a certain way.
Oh, okay.
on
They gotta
front
be doing
lawn.
something.
It will. Well, not that obvious.
yeah.
You're not bending one garden gnome
Yeah.
over. Their legs are too short. They can't
Yes.
even bend.
They
Right.
just constantly fall over.
Also,
What?
fun fact. Pink flamingos on your lawn seem to be a tip
So
now,
Florida is swinging all over.
too. When's the last time you guys saw a lawn flamingo?
I've seen one as like a joke.
Are you sure it was a joke?
Maybe not.
All right.
And again, you can go Google that. And Adirondack chairs. If you have 2 Adirondack
All right, now
chairs.
they're stretching.
No, here we
All
go.
right.
Here's the code. This
All
is what
right.
I start looking this stuff up after the Vans thing. If you have 2 Adirondack chairs on your lawn facing towards the road, it means you and your spouse are looking to swing.
So you have them in the front yard, basically.
Yes, that's what it sounds
Yeah.
like. And I know there are people listening right
Front
now
yard
that are guilty of
Adirondack
that.
chairs. All right.
Quick sidebar, real quick. Why are so many of these swinger things lawn related?
That's a great question. Well, I guess if people driving by go, "Oh, swingers, let's pull in and say
But that's
hi."
what you're not gonna like. You're not gonna have sex with strangers,
Right.
right? Like you.
Well, you kind of do if you're swinging. I mean, that's kind of you meet people and then you hook up.
I always thought it was like there had to be a level of comfortability. Is that a word?
I
between
guess,
couples?
but if you're, desperate or I don't know.
I kind of always thought like
You're ugly swingers.
Bro, we've seen some swingers.
Okay, I'm sure there are also attractive.
I'm sure
swingers
there are.
out
They
somewhere.
just don't bring them out much.
I kind of always thought like swingers kind of stuck to a group, or if they were
Yes.
looking for new swingers, they could connect online at this point. There wouldn't even be a need for all this symbolic stuff. Because
Right.
to your point, like approaching a stranger about that is a pretty risky move.
No.
not being 100% sure.
Because the people we knew were part of a group that met like almost
Yeah.
weekly at a hotel.
No, you're right. You're right. But I mean, and it's all of those things are valid points. But maybe there is also like part of the excitement of it.
Get out.
Is
Getting
yeah.
a knock at your door.
Yeah, well,
Well, no, let's say you're at a bar and you see
upside down
the
pineapple
shoes.
tattoo.
That, yeah.
Okay,
the
the
Vans are
tattoo.
not one. By the way, I haven't worn my Vans since because now I'm worried.
Now
people,
I'm paranoid.
right? Well, no, I wouldn't worry about you, but
I would think too, like if you see a swinger couple out, they would just put off a vibe. I would think if they're really
don't
if
think
they're at a bar
so.
looking for somebody, I would think they would put a kind of a loose ass vibe.
what's a define loose ass vibe?
You know what I'm talking
No,
about.
I don't. I want to know what a loose ass vibe is.
She got it all hanging out.
No,
So
you-
I
And
have a
she's
fr-
very touchy feely. She's working the room.
There are lots of women that are touchy feely, and bro,
Not in that outfit.
you think they're just gonna look like skanks? Is what you think?
But very what I'm saying hospitable.
Hospitable skank?
Yes,
It sounds like a punk band from the 90s.
there probably was.
Opening for Green Day this weekend. Hospitable skank.
So I have a friend who, for whatever reason, has gotten approached in public by multiple couples.
So
to
she's
join
putting out
them.
the vibe?
No, he has
Oh.
gotten
Oh.
approached, and this happened in front of our eyes once. We were at a bar, and we look at him, and he's waiting for his drink, and the woman has her hand on one thigh, and her husband or boyfriend has his hand on the other thigh.
Oh.
So she's
And
putting out a
I
vibe.
think, I think that I just got
Hold on,
approached.
pause. What did you just say?
He's putting out a vibe.
He's-
So
he
you'd
is
have
the
to like for
most-
them to know that guy.
He's a friendly guy. Like he'll strike up a conversation
gotta
with
have a look.
strangers.
vibe
But it is.
vibe?
I don't know what it is about him, but it's happened to him like at least twice.
Well, think about it. If it's happened twice,
And I will say, the people that were talking to him I would never guess that they were swingers.
Oh, they
So
were
maybe-
hospitable skanks?
Like they weren't. Like they didn't. They just looked like your average couple sitting at a bar.
but they must have saw something in that guy, the way he was dressed, the way he carried himself. They thought like, hey man, I think this guy may be into it.
Okay, but you can
It's a vibe.
join a couple. Stop saying bi vibe.
What's wrong with vibe?
Nothing is wrong with the idea of being bisexual. The idea.
But you buy vibing.
Why would you have to be bi to have sex with somebody else's wife?
I think placed hands on. Both of them had their hands on him.
But I think he was just uncomfortable in that situation where he was like, he wasn't going to start a fight over it.
no,
He
but I think they
just
were both kind of feeling
was
him up.
trying to
I love how
get
you're
out
hearing
of it as soon as possible.
Kimmy's story
I
that
know,
you were
I
not a
know.
part of. He
You
is
just
now.
painted a completely
I did
different
watch a show
picture.
last night that had some bi stuff going on.
Oh, was there bi vibes in there?
Oh, bro, old school bi vibe. I didn't even think they did it back then.
252 WCMF 252-9263. A buddy of mine over the weekend, I'm wearing Van sneakers, tells me that Van sneakers are a code for swingers.
You
That
had the bi vibe shoe.
and And again, I thought he was busting my balls. He goes, no, serious. And he was getting upset with me when I was like, no, shut up. No. And we're talking about all the signals that show up here. 252 WCMF. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you? We're talking. It's by Ben.
No, everybody goes bye bye.
Hey, Tommy, last time I saw you, I shook your hand. Does that make me bi?
No, it doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, it's like what you're saying is completely stupid. But
I actually went home and
anyways.
soaked my hand.
No, the whole pineapple thing, actually, I think it's Hawaiian. It's like a symbol of hostility is where it comes from.
I think
So,
pineapples are Hawaiian, says Ben.
No, I'm just saying, in Hawaii, there's a symbol of hospitality. That's the word I was looking
Yeah,
for.
you got it.
I thought I screwed it up, but yeah, you give them a pineapple, or you
Breaking
leave a
news from Ben.
pineapple out.
Pineapple, very popular in Hawaii.
All right, Ben, let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
All right, let's say you're sitting at a bar by yourself. Couple comes up to you. They go, listen, we like your vibe. We're into your vibe. We're into the whole lumberjack who's been eating well thing. And
right.
we'd like you to come home with us. You're attracted to the wife. You going? You in for that exploration, Ben?
You know what? You only live once. Screw it. Let's
So you're
do
going.
it.
You're going home with them.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, if they don't give me creepy vibes or anything, like
Is
they
that-
want to kill me or something.
Is that so? Is that because you're hoping they have an extra room they'll let you stay in?
Maybe. No, I'd probably reach out to a couple people and be like, hey, if you don't hear from me in the next couple of days, something happens. I'm not going to be stupid about it.
All right.
But-
All right. Well, Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I wonder what percentage of Americans, as a single person, would go with that couple. Because, when
As
you're
a single person?
because if you're talking about
Is that considered swinging, though? Or is that just bringing in a third person?
Yeah, those are two different groups.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and third man in is it's a 5-minute major
Yeah.
game misconduct. But the point I'm getting at is
Yes.
to have this discussion about actual
Right.
swinging, you and your spouse would have to be on the same page,
Right.
Yeah.
right? That's a harder, longer conversation.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
If
Because
it's not,
you might think you're on the same page until it actually happens.
and you
too.
may both
Yeah.
think that you're going to enjoy it. And
Right.
then, okay.
Right.
What percentage of Americans do you think by themselves would leave that bar with a couple that was down?
I have no strings attached. I'm not married. Single
Yep,
guy.
just going.
Single woman.
Just going.
This couple approaches.
You think it's more than 20%?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Especially if there's drinking involved and stuff like that, and you're attracted to that person, you may put your guard down and go.
Give me a percentage.
45%.
45.
Wait. But do you have to separate men versus women? Because do you think more men would go with that couple
No,
than
all
women?
guys are going.
No, I think women would be more likely to go than men would.
Because they'd feel more comfortable with the woman there, or I don't know though, because that you could be putting yourself in a
Really awkward
dangerous situation potentially
I think more
if you don't
dudes are
know these
going.
people.
All right,
I think there would be more men more likely to test it out.
Yeah, I think
test the
women would be
waters.
gross. But someone would be grossed out by it.
All right, here's why I'm going to say it's women. And you make a very valid point, Kimmy.
Well, I would think more women would be approached than men.
Right
Yeah.
about that. But
Yeah.
even if we were factoring in for percentage of approachable, right? I feel like women taking the safety part away from it would be more likely because, how do I put this? You brought up the bi vibes idea. And I guess if you were to go home with that couple, you wouldn't be entirely sure what they were looking to
Yeah.
do.
True.
But
Like-
you may be more open to.
Women are more open to things sexually when it comes to
Okay.
that stuff
They're more
than guys
comfortable
are.
with women.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Other women, yeah.
I mean, hell,
Yeah.
that woman could be attracted more to that woman than that guy, and
That's
that's the reason she
true.
wants to go. That's
All
why I
right.
would think women would be more likely to do that.
Well, it would probably work out better that way anyway.
What do you mean?
Well, depending
Like,
on
I don't
what
think it
their
would get,
what their goal is.
I don't think it would get as weird. Like if you bring a
I
dude in,
don't
it could get
know.
weird. If you bring in a woman, it may not get as weird.
Why would two
But-
dudes be weirder than two chicks?
Because dudes are weird. Dudes are pervy. and-
Chicks are also
Yeah.
weird.
Nah, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna say there's more weird pervy dudes than chicks
You think so?
on the globe. Yeah, they did that study years ago.
Bro, the bi vibe,
Yeah.
hospitality skank,
Yeah.
pervy index.
I mean, JFK launched the whole thing.
what did that say?
I say by the end of this century, we find out how many bi vibes we have here, and then take that kind of thing to the moon and back.
Take that
Why?
kind of thing?
Because it's hard. Trust me, it's hard. I tried it. I tried to get my buddy Bobby involved.
252 WCMF. Again, as we're talking about these things that we started looking up that indicate you are a swinger, we talked about the upside down pineapples. Garden gnomes set a certain way in your front lawn, let you know that people you're a swinger. The Adirondack chairs facing out towards the driveway, or
Yeah.
towards the street, excuse me. Rammer's on CMF. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. This is terrible news. I mean, Duffy, you drink Malibu, right? Would you like a couple bottles? Because now I got to get rid of all the pineapples.
Yep.
I got to burn the Adirondack chairs in case anybody's interested in a pink flamingo rose. Come on over this weekend. That'll be done. All the gnomes, I'm going to have to kill them. I mean, this is crazy. I got to get rid of my whole yard.
All right, Rever, let me ask you, buddy.
He's putting out all the vibes. If you weren't sure, check the 3 other signs I got going on.
Rever, are you a single?
Yeah, and I mean, anybody wants some shoes? I got to get a whole closet full. I'm going to donate now.
Rever, you're a single guy, right?
I am the most monogamous, skirt-chasing, single, red-blooded guy you may ever know.
All right, so let's say, again, same situation I just presented to Ben. A couple comes up to you. Chick is attractive. You got no attachments. You going home with that couple, Rammer?
No.
Why is that?
Listen, I'm fully supportive of the female gender. That's all I want to know.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't know that guy would be. I mean,
He just wants to watch you bang his wife.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you wouldn't know that up front. I mean,
But that's the deal.
sure, okay, in that way.
You would be
no,
uncomfortable?
You know what? She can come back to my place. I'll send him a video, but he ain't coming.
Why? What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid of nothing. I'm just not interested, Tommy. That's
No,
the
he's not
difference,
going to touch you
Well,
then.
no, I mean,
He's just going to watch you bang his wife.
Yeah, but then there's performance issues. I mean, come on, we're old guys. We can barely do it on our own without anybody watching.
That might be a valid point. Hold on,
All right.
think about this. If you have another dude watching and you can't perform for his
all right,
wife,
so you can't rail up.
but there's a couple of Robert, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There's a couple of potential issues there. One, the embarrassment of not being able to get there because you have an audience for the first time in your life. Two, do you think that man would be insulted by the fact that you couldn't get it going for his wife?
Oh, you'd have to apologize. Yeah, I had a big lunch.
I mean,
Yeah, I thought, I had onions for dinner, and
that would be an insult, right?
Oh, major,
If you
bro.
couldn't get all going for his We got Facebook messages coming in. Could you imagine, I guess you wouldn't know in the moment until you're in the moment what was going to happen.
What if he goes, hey, listen, bro, why don't you take a little break and then get back in? Take another run at my wife.
You wouldn't know if you could perform in front of somebody else until you got there.
Right, and then she would also be insulted. You might get chased out of there, man.
Oh, man. I mean,
You might get a steak knife in your butt.
Rammer brings up a good point.
I didn't catch
For
his
once.
point.
Rammer said he
Yeah, you might want to mark that.
Rammer said he would not be interested in performing in front of another woman's husband.
Uh-huh.
Performance anxiety.
Yes, out of fear that he couldn't get it.
Oh, okay.
Because think about this, to take that walk.
Because you think you're going to be cool until that moment shows up.
And you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
So, if you're in that bar and they approach you, it would take, a lot in you to be like, you know what, I'm going to go for this.
Yeah.
And then you got the whole anxiety of getting back to wherever they want to go. And then the awkwardness of, the romantic interaction before you got to that actual moment, right? To go through all of that and then be like, wah, 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 wah. And you couldn't even blame a guy.
True.
It's a lot of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And they both know.
You would also think about you would have to give the best performance of your life.
I hope you're trying hard.
Well,
I mean, come on.
that would be in your head too, right? You'd have to be giving it a little extra oomph.
Well, let's say you get through it and you think you nailed it,
Yeah.
but you never get a call back.
Oh. Hey, should I give you my cell? No, you know what? Don't
No,
worry
we're
about
good.
it.
We're good. Yeah, it's a kind of a one and done thing.
Would you take that as an insult?
Sure.
Yeah, you'd have to start to question yourself a little bit, right? Even if they just they don't want the connection to continue, which I would understand. But if you didn't hear anything,
Right.
I think you might be a little your mind might start to wander.
And then there's a flip side of that.
What's that?
Let's say it was good.
Well, no, that's what he's into.
Yes.
You want you to flip her and then go do the.
What if she was no good?
Oh.
You got through it.
Yeah.
And they go, man, when are we doing this again?
Oh, and you don't want to do it, or you just didn't like the experience.
Yeah, it just wasn't for you, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think
She had a rough cooch or something like that.
Rough
or she had
cooch?
No, she
Or
could.
you just
Which
give
is
that-
one of my favorite flyers from the 70s, Rough Cooch.
rough cooch. No, she could have bristly.
It's the Clark Cooch line.
She could have bristly muff.
Bristly Muff is on the left wing. Bobby Clark, Bristly Muff, and Rough Cooch coming down the ice. I think it would be fair to look at that couple and say, listen,
Thank you for the experience.
Yes, this
but
is.
please don't contact me
Right.
again.
Well, no, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. This isn't for me. Happy for you guys, but I can't. I think they would understand.
And the other thing is, like, what's that dude doing while we're doing?
Well, what do you think he's doing?
That would also throw you off, man.
Just
Like
don't look over there.
if you but you catch a reflection and something, all of a
Catch a
sudden
reflection.
he's flogging and you can see it. That would kill the mood.
Well, what did you think he was
I
going to
know.
do?
I know, but I understand,
Like
but
applaud you while you're done.
but you see it.
Bravo! Bravo!
Like to see another man.
Excellent technique.
Hold on, Rough Cooch just scored. Stop for a second. Game's on.
I think that would ruin it for a lot of people.
Yeah, I didn't consider that either. But wait a minute, hold on.
All right.
You see dudes doing stuff in porn.
Yeah, but this is live action, man. Like they're there.
Okay. They're
You know what I mean?
there, man.
It would be different.
Yeah, I didn't consider that
Yeah,
either.
I guess you would. Yeah, you don't know what role he's gonna play in this whole thing.
Well, that's he's just gonna sit there and stroke. What if he starts talking to you?
Like, what's
What if he
saying?
just has like his hand on your shoulder?
No,
sorry, I can't.
no.
Yeah, that would be a
That's
mood
not
killer
part of the deal.
immediately.
Like he just has, yeah. You like it? Is she good? How about that, huh? Guys want to know, like, when you make him a barbecue, how is that? Did I do that burger right?
What if he makes like noises or something?
Well, he'd be
Or what
making-
if he's just a heavy breather?
Well, he's got to be breathing heavy if he's rubbing.
So I don't even think you'd have to see it. Just the noises in the
Oh,
room.
yeah.
I think the heavy breather would bother me more than a reflection of him cranking it.
Yeah.
You can't get away from that.
No,
you
you
can't close
can't.
your eyes.
Yeah.
All right. So maybe,
I think we're all out.
yeah. Yeah.
Out. Nope.
All right, let's take a break. Okay. We had the discussion yesterday that we are just days away. Yesterday, we were potentially last night away from the dead zone in sports.
Yeah.
Things got super exciting last night because we could see history now, and it's going to extend the NHL season a little longer till we just have baseball. But there is something that people apparently stumbled upon. If you are a fan of the four major sports, that is alarming the hell out of them.
No.
There are people that believe there's conspiracy theories that the pro sports leagues will do things to make games more entertaining, control them.
Yeah.
And it turns out that's not illegal.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we watch sports for the excitement of it.
Sure.
Right? It's one of the few things left in our lives that is unscripted. Right? But it turns out that if that were to change, no one would get in any trouble.
Oh, really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. So yesterday we were lamenting how we were just a potential game away from getting into the sports dead zone.
Yeah.
Right? NBA playoffs over, Stanley Cup finals,
No football,
finishing
yeah.
up. Right? Yeah, football we got to wait for. So it would just be baseball. And give me to bring up, we would have the unique respite of the
Olympics.
You got it, right? But that still wouldn't start for another couple of weeks. Well, last night, the hockey gods smiled down upon us. The Edmonton Oilers won 5-3 over the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup Finals to extend to a 6th game.
Damn.
For those who don't know, the Panthers were up 3-0 in this series. They were looking to sweep last week. Now it's 3-2.
Ooh.
You got a game, buddy. A series, buddy.
Back to Alberta.
And here's the thing. There are those who believe that the NFL, the NHL, the NBA, and Major League Baseball do things to increase ratings, manipulate games and series, and pick teams that they want to succeed for money's sake.
Okay.
I don't think that happens. But there's always the fear that, the argument that, well, if they did that, they would be in serious, serious trouble. And it turns out they wouldn't.
Okay, it wouldn't affect the integrity of the game.
Oh, no. It would affect the integrity of the game, but they wouldn't be in any kind of trouble with the law.
Oh, legally?
Yes, so it turns out there's an article yesterday asking, would these leagues be in trouble if they fix games? And the answer for 3 out of the 4 is no.
Okay.
Now, game fixing is illegal federally if somebody pays a bribe to get somebody to do something.
Okay.
But if, let's say, you had your referees on staff and you at the league went to them and said, this is how we want the game to turn out, it's not against the law.
Really? Wow.
Yes. And
All
if
right.
you were able to tell somebody on a team, let's say Josh
Dial it
Allen,
back.
hypothetically, went to him and say, you're not going to win this game. Now, I don't know what reason he would have to go with it, but that wouldn't be illegal at all either.
Wow.
The
Okay.
only reason federally it would be illegal is if somebody paid, thanks to the Sports Bribery Act.
It's gambling.
Exactly.
All right.
Yes. That's it.
Okay.
The exception, so it wouldn't be illegal in the NFL. It wouldn't be illegal in the NHL. It wouldn't be illegal in the NBA. It would, however, be illegal in Major League Baseball
Oh.
because they are exempt under an antitrust act that they've had since like the early 1900s.
Wow.
There's federal laws that protect that. All the other sports, no.
Wide open.
Does that bother you guys?
I never thought about it.
Neither had I until I saw this article.
Because
yesterday.
every time I hear somebody go fix, I go, you got to be kidding me. You know how hard it'd be to fix a game like that?
well.
Like, to keep everybody quiet. And why do these leagues make billions of dollars? They don't need to. They've got all the, like, the NFL owns the day of the week. They don't need to do a damn thing.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tommy. I heard it's scripted.
Scripted.
No, but I think you could make the argument. Now, again, I'm with you. I don't believe. I think it would be too
It
hard
just sounds
to
like
do.
UFO
Yeah.
stuff.
Okay, but you can make
For
the
everything to line up perfectly all the time.
And
Yeah.
everybody keeps their mouth shut.
But you can make the argument that the NFL is as dominant as it is because they had a long run of the perfect teams making it, the perfect athletes with the right personalities becoming superstars.
Right.
I mean, the NFL laid out the groundwork on how to market your league through superstars.
Okay, I understand that, but like to take it to the next level, to almost script out the
Yeah. Play by play.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I
Sure.
get like Deflategate and
Okay.
things like that maybe they look the other way because it benefited them, but that seems like stuff that fell in their lap.
Yeah.
Pro Football Hall of Famer Jerry Rice is on record as saying he thinks the NFL is scripted.
But he was in it.
You can Google it. I'm telling
Where's
you,
the scripts, bro?
He did it.
Because you were in it.
Well, but is that
Detective Tommy, where's the scripts?
Like
bro?
you can't say you were in this league. Show me the evidence. You were there.
I could also see guys saying that don't play anymore because they want to discredit current NFL players.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Like they're not as good as they, or like, back when football was great or back when football was unscripted.
It was such a big story. You remember those commercials they did for the NFL season last year where they had all the players sitting around a table and they were telling them what they were going to do?
yeah,
That's
yeah.
where that came from. So the NFL even leaned into it. But
As
I
a
would
joke.
lean. Yeah, but here's the thing. Are you joking or are you just trying to throw me off the set? Because it's actually scripted. Is the NFL scripted?
So when the Jets beat the Colts, was it Super Bowl III? People said they wanted the Jets to win
Yes.
to build up that league.
You got it.
And they said that if you look at the tape, like the Colts were deliberately not trying to not win that game.
Well, I mean, if you go look at the numbers that Joe Namath had, it's one of the worst Super Bowl winning quarterback performances.
Question: did they also throw into the script like all those terrible things that some superstar players did, but then got to keep playing, and then they kept marketing those players in an awkward situation?
I think you're accidentally proving our argument, because if you had them as the stars, if they do something outside of script, you have to keep them as the stars. So
all right.
You got to look the
That's
other
a
way on
different
some
way to
guys,
look at
and
it,
now
I
look the other
suppose.
way. Oh my God, it's all fixed.
It's all scripted.
It's been fixed.
It's
all the
wrestling.
time.
My eyes have been opened.
Well, that's another argument in the article. And again, we're
What's
talking
that?
about how it turns out that if the NFL, the NBA, and the NHL wanted to fix their games, script everything out, it wouldn't be against the law. And in this article, it also brings up how, do you know you can bet on the outcomes of WWE matches?
Okay, you probably don't want to
That
do
seems
that.
silly.
I'm not making that up.
All right.
You can gamble
Okay.
on the
On something
outcomes.
that's fake.
Well, but you can also gamble on how long or what color the Gatorade it's going to be.
Right.
Like, I mean, it's a
Yeah.
prop
I know.
bet,
Yeah.
right?
Something that people do ahead of time, yeah.
But you got to really be a degenerate gambler. Like you're down to wrestling.
Professional
Yeah,
wrestling.
and
not even-
bowling. Like bowling wasn't an option for you that week.
Well, but even bowling's a toss-up.
Yeah,
Like, there's lots
I
of
wouldn't
people in
know.
that arena that know who the guys doing the match know who's going to win the match, right? But like, I don't know if all the entertainment we get from sports
Yeah.
is because these leagues lined up a storyline that they wanted to. Let's say hypothetically that happened over the last 25 years.
Yeah.
Would that make you angry?
No, because to me it's just entertainment. I don't look at sports like as a religion like a lot of people do.
Okay.
I just watch it as background. Like the only game I really watch every week is the Buffalo Bills.
Mm-hmm.
So that one would bother me, but that's the only game I watch. If you told me the Giants and whoever they're playing, I don't think it would bother me that much.
Would it bother you, Kimmy, if it turns out that the NFL had scripted every Bills game for the last 15 years?
Yeah, why you want to hurt us so bad?
That's a good point.
Lousy scripts.
Man,
Can't get any
you
good
really
scripts in
put this
Hollywood.
fan base through it.
No, you bring up a great point. Although I guess
It's a depressing run.
well, but you can also argue when it comes to the NHL
It's a dark comedy.
Yeah.
and the NFL. No, I
Yeah.
mean it would make sense that you would want the smallest market not to have the ultimate success,
Okay.
right? Although I don't know why you'd make.
But I think it would also
But wouldn't it be a great underdog story for other? Because we found out that people started rooting for the Bills at one point a couple years ago. I mean, people may be sick of them now, but back when Josh Allen was kind of like
A baby.
really coming up and the Bills were starting to look good. Like it seemed like that was the storyline you would go with, right? Like finally Buffalo has this moment.
Yeah, but are those people in Wisconsin that like I'm going to buy hats? You know what I mean?
And why would you have Tom Brady run the table
Right.
for so long and not create interest
Yeah.
in other teams? Like let them be good for a while. Like get Jacksonville a shot and give other teams a shot instead of them just being ball hogs.
All valid, all valid. By the way, there is a legitimate conspiracy theory that a lot of people believe that the Patriots' first Super Bowl win was engineered as a storyline by the NFL right after 9/11. That the Patriots,
because it's the Patriots and
that
the
you had
plane
this
came from
you had this,
Logan.
Yeah, red, white, and blue
All right.
motif after everything happened in the Superdome in Louisiana.
All right.
Look, we did
Look
this.
at that.
And look, we got Facebook messages coming in making the same argument. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, if any league was caught trying to script games, it would get out immediately and no one would ever stop talking about it or watch that league ever again. And I agree with you guys that nothing is scripted, right? However, what Dan says may not be true either because there's already been game-fixing allegations in one of the four major sports fairly recently.
Okay.
Do you remember Tim Donaghy?
Is that the NBA ref?
NBA referee. Tim Donaghy.
He was betting, right?
Yes, he was in deep to bookies. And to pay off his debts, he was fixing games.
Blowing calls.
You got it.
Yeah.
That should have been the biggest scandal maybe in the history of the NBA. Nobody talks about it anymore.
Yeah.
And there are other referees that had mysterious patterns of calling games. In fact, you can go back, Western Conference Finals, Portland versus Los Angeles. That game, it was when Scottie Pippen was in Portland. Portland had that game in Game 7-1. They were going to the finals, and all of a sudden some weird stuff started happening. Weird stuff.
I would think the biggest one you could pull is being an umpire in baseball.
Well, look at
Because
what
it's such a judgment call.
Yeah.
It's such a judgment call.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one of the worst baseball umpires of this generation, Angel Hernandez, just lost his job. Well, quote, retired.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, to say that if they pulled it off, no one would watch and we'd all know. I mean, the
We're
fact that we don't
watching.
talk about Donaghy anymore.
Where are you going? Where are your eyes going? This is what we watch.
Yeah.
Man.
There's nothing else to replace it. We use soccer.
252, which, by the way, you want to talk about match fixing?
Do they really?
Oh, big time. Well, at least they used to. Let's talk to Dave. He's on CMF. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well, Duffy. How are you?
Good, Dave. What are you good?
If the NFL was fixed, Jerry Jones would have another Super Bowl.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Big market,
You
lots of
definitely pump the
All
Cowboys
the power
up.
he has.
Yeah.
And
Unless
I
they
say-
hate
I
him
say
so
that
much
as a
that
Cowboys fan.
he's the only one that doesn't know it's fixed.
Could be. I mean, I'm a Cowboys fan and I hate him. So
Dave, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Dave. If you were fixing it too, make him stop doing that stuff to his face.
Yeah, he is getting weird. He's getting into that William Shatner age where he's just doesn't even look like a face anymore.
No, he looks like a human candle.
It looks like he's talking through a window where his face is smashed up against the glass.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapparoo.
Howdy-o, hub there, Rabbaroo.
For a Wednesday break room CMF, they make tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means.
We gonna bitch it out, buddy.
That's right, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. By the way, that semi-truck that has been stuck under the railroad bridge at St. Paul is still there. It looks like, at least from what I see. Do you see
It
anything
was
different?
really wedged in there.
Oh,
really wedged it.
It
Right there.
It
Really good.
almost like made it like halfway in before it
damn.
got stuck.
It's buckled in the middle. Now, all
Yeah.
right, for those who don't know, the St. Paul Bridge, or like right down the way
Yeah.
from Genesee Brewery,
Yeah.
there is another semi-truck that got stuck into it. And it's funny, man, with these pictures, because like the truck is stuck. It's so stuck, it's buckled in half
So it's like
underneath it.
Yeah.
bending down.
You got it. But it's right under the side that says 11 foot 3 inches.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Right.
Yeah.
And apparently it's higher than 11
Than
foot 3
that.
inches. And like what sucks, man, like when it comes to getting around that area, like that's a main artery.
Oh, sure, yeah.
We're going to F traffic until that thing is done. And it happened right during rush hour.
Ooh.
So if you are going to that area, try and avoid that area.
Don't.
That guy's fired, right?
I'm guessing, man.
I don't
The
know.
truck is screwed.
Super screwed.
Yeah.
Buckled in half. By the way, no injuries, which is good. And it said the Rochester police to predict minor traffic delays, but they said it should be cleared up shortly. Again, I'm going based on what 13 Wham is telling us. It may have been cleared by at this point. So,
All right.
I don't know, just to be safe, avoid the area so you don't end up getting all pissed off because
Yes.
it's a giant semi-truck that is higher than 11 foot 3 inches. All right, we got to get out of the way for Kimmy, who's on her way to a fun old trip we're going to hear about when she gets back.
Oh, do we know what the trip is?
Oh, we do. We do. It's a very high-end trip. In fact,
But you just took a high-end trip.
Are you upset?
Yeah, you just went like super high-end, like I want to go to this place.
You can go to that place.
No.
I'm trying to figure out if your trip before was more high-end or this one's going to be more high-end.
Oh.
Like what one he's going to be more jealous of because he wouldn't want to see
You could
this.
do this trip a lot of different ways.
Is it a
Think
girly
about it.
trip?
Like,
a
I-
Oh, no, she's
bachelorette?
going-
If somebody tells you they're going there, you may not think high end initially.
Yeah.
You
know
taking
what
the
I
old
mean?
man?
No, the old man's
It's-
taking her.
Yeah, it's kind of his thing. It's his
Wow.
trip.
Man.
She's going on a bro trip.
To go to Omaha Steaks? You taking the big meat tour?
For Tommy Muley, who is very interested in the Big Meat Tour.
I would love a big meat tour.
It's too late. We're out of time. My name's Pat W. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.